Hello. Sorry about that. I'm back. I sat down to keep streaming. I was about to hit mute, uh, unmute even, and then more phone call. So I am back. What are we doing? Finding eggs. Yes. Eggoos. I'm gonna go to UC distribution and get this eggo. It's sensor egg. Oh, I don't have it. Thought I had a jump pack. I do not have a jump pack. Now I have fractured my legs.
Are you working toward that next technological leap? Then let Ryujin Industries help you get there.
Ryujin, huh?
Rations? Check. Rifle? Already stowed. Fuel? Both ship and generator? Waiting in the cargo hold. All right, then I guess there's nothing between us and setting up on a brand new world. You,
Hydrate.
you ready
Hydrate.
to head out then?
One last drink?
Oh God, yes.
Cute
The
little
wells be
interaction.
having brownouts all the time.
I'm pleased to report that our stocks are currently being maintained at 90% or higher. I'm sure we have anything you might need.
Oh,
Welcome
really?
to UC Distribution. Now, before you say a word, I am required to inform you that formal complaints cannot be filed until the customer feedback system is back online. I have been told it'll be up and running in 2 weeks, but you know how these things are. I am sorry for any potential inconvenience. Also, if you're here about a corporate account, I've been assured that deliveries will be back on schedule soon.
Well, you bought an egg from a kid recently, and I need it.
Who, Jordan? That kid's in here every other day with some random thing he found. Trying to get credits. Yeah, I took pity on him. Why, what is it?
Nothing, just some junk I dropped the other day.
That so? Must mean something to you if you came looking for it. Well, you can have it back for what I paid for it, plus a little extra. Let's call it a convenience fee, shall we?
Hell no. Get it.
Suit yourself. Well, you can have it.
Rude.
Pleasure doing business with you.
It's not my fault you bought it off him.
Right. Come back if you need something else.
I gave her an extra for a convenience fee, bringing it up to 100, which means she gave it to Jordan for less than 100. Now we need to go to Outland desperately, because we have no spacesuit.
I feel
You're only as safe as your equipment out there. Welcome to Outland. We deal in only the finest, most reliable gear for whatever adventures may await you. All of our products come highly recommended by individuals who have devoted their lives to distant travel. And while I've never needed them myself, I stand by everything we offer.
So you just fly out there buck naked? I'm impressed.
No, and no flying for me. Not my style.
Kitty cat. Like to see what you have.
Please do. I hope we have something that suits you. Get it?
I know. Oh. Yes, I do get it. Navigator would be cool. Calibrated Explorer's spacesuit. Calibrated Tracker's Alliance spacesuit. We have 9k though, so we need to start reasonably cheaply. We'll take the Advanced Navigators, and do you have a pack we can afford? Our basic. I will take the Trucker pack. Navigator Hamlet. You do. Worse than the one I'm wearing though. But it does match. You know, it is important to have good style and ease. I want that. You can have this. And you can have this. And you can have these. You can have these. I don't know what else I can get away with selling, so I won't. For now. I will buy your navigator helmet. Thank you.
See you around.
There we go, look and swish. And now, come in here and we do hide, spacesuit, and settlements. Aha! I learned that one from a video. I'll be right back again, but this time, I'll only be gone very shortly. See? Very short. Anywho, we are continuing. I think we now need to go stop and... Well, we have to get the last egg. And because I'm getting the last sensor egg, I may as well stop in at Constellation. Finally. Space God just dropping in. Now, I'm going to make a point here, because every time we did a loop, right, we had the opportunity to land in a universe that wasn't as predictable as the universes we have always known. It's like a 15% chance. Every single time, we got a completely normal universe. However,
I'm a student of history.
how wacky would it be if it just happens to be the 10th loop where we get an abnormal universe? And that's the one we've chosen to stick with. I am low-key predicting it. Because how could I have gone so many loops with not a single weird universe? Okay, everything's normal so far. Hey, it's normal. Alright.
Excuse me, this is a private... Wait. There's something familiar about you.
Nah, there's nothing
Vasco,
familiar about me.
identify.
Scanning. Cross-referencing known employee records of our affiliated organizations. Please remain still. This appears to be the miner from Argos Extractors.
I wonder if I'll have to come up with an
Lost as we
excuse
were
for why
carrying the artifact
went
from
missing.
Vectera. Current whereabouts, previously unknown.
I see. Vasco already delivered the artifact. So, why are you showing up now?
I want to join Constellation and unravel this mystery with you.
Interesting.
You want this rock breaker in our organization? After getting lost the first time?
But she still showed up, didn't she? Isn't persistence a
Mateo.
signature trait for an explorer?
We're at the beginning of a very important discovery here. What you found on Vectera, the artifact, there's more. And they're creating something we don't understand yet. If you're serious about wanting to be a part of this, then you have to know that we are diving headfirst into the unknown.
Yes, ma'am.
There could be considerable risks.
Really don't know anything about them.
We probably know as much as you do at this point. As you can see, they're forming something now that we have multiple pieces. What it is, we'll have to find out together.
Sure, I'm ready. Let's find out what these artifacts are.
We'll set you up with a room.
I don't
Take some
know
time
anything.
to meet everyone. Then, when you're ready, you and I will be doing some traveling together. Get your feet wet.
Yeah, should do that. Not really too knowledgeable about all this. Did they happen to give me a cutter by any chance? They did! Yay! An osmium dagger. Ooh, that's pretty. It's also very heavy. Osmium's like the heaviest stable element I think there is, maybe?
I know everyone's excited by the artifacts, but we need to be as objective as possible and be aware of possible negative effects. That was intense, wasn't it? The artifacts, I mean. Sorry.
I missed
must all
it.
be a little
No,
overwhelming for
I
you
came
right
in,
now.
it was already
I guess
spinning.
a lot overwhelming, now that I think about it. I'm Noelle. It's really nice to meet you. And thank you for bringing the artifact to us.
Sarah said something about a place for me to stay.
Planning on sticking around then? Good. I think we can find a spot for you.
Is
And along the
tungsten
way,
heavier?
I can give you the very abbreviated tour. Right. So you've seen the library, obviously.
My wife and I have something
Walter's
of an understanding.
quite proud of the collection.
What
I'm
number's
told that
tungsten
what
on
I've
the
done is
periodic?
more than a few
distracted by what I might be.
Actually, I'm gonna pull up a periodic. Periodic table of elements. Google search, go. Ooh, Google have their own periodic. That's cool. So OS is... Where are you? Where are the metals? Here are the metals. You can't see any of this, I know. Eh? I haven't looked at this table in so long, I can't remember where anything is. There's tungsten. No, osmium is heavier. 190 versus 183. What I didn't realize, and this is blowing my mind a little bit, is platinum, gold, and mercury are heavier than osmium. Today I learned, as well as iridium, but no one's really walking around with iridium. For, I think, hopefully obvious reasons.
Gardens are out the doors there. If you need a moment of quiet contemplation. Emphasis on the quiet part. At least usually. Let's head upstairs. Sebastian Banks, Constellation's founder, had this place built decades ago. It was
now,
big
just
to
a
do at the
warning
time,
to
but most
everyone
people in
watching,
the city have forgotten we're
because
here.
of how we handled the first few episodes, streams even, wow, I'm getting my influencer language mixed up. Because of how we handled the first few streams and then into the loops, I am going to be ruthless in this one. And by that I mean I'm going to talk to everyone and exhaust every dialogue. Which we didn't do the first time. Bowl, martini glass.
So this is the bar. Usually no tender, so help yourself, within reason, of course.
Yeah.
Now let's see about that room. You're in luck. We were almost at max occupancy already, but there's still one room up for grabs.
Yay.
It's been nice having the place so full.
Love to see it. You know what? I'm sick of this shit. Hang on. I'm gonna plug in my controller. I am so over having NPCs move at a rate where I can't keep up with them without jerking around all the time.
Okay, this'll be you.
So I'm gonna be on the controller
so
now.
That'll be quiet, and Mateo on the other side, so maybe a little less quiet. I'm
Mateo
sure
is
Sarah
noisy?
has something planned for each of us, so I'd better get back to it. Don't want to keep her waiting too long. Enjoy.
Thank you, Noel. Right. We have... Oh. Screen tearing is what we have. This computer is not used to me moving so smoothly. Succulent. White opal vase. Storage. You know what? This is a secure storage. I think this is where we shall leave my incrimination. Now no one shall ever know. No one shall ever know. Unless they break into Constellation and bust open that safe. But you know what? When's that gonna happen? Now to go snooping around. Some sort of boardroom. Right. Noel said that. Storage. All good. Who's down here then? Not gonna take their stuff. Inaccessible. Oh, tiny trees. I want them. Who would keep weapons? Look. And very, very tidy. So I'm inclined to believe this is Stroud. Is there any evidence? Could be, oh, why can't I remember her name? Naja? Could be Naja. It's not her name. It's close, though. This is Mateo. Oh, yeah. That makes sense, actually, with the shrine and the whatnot. He's reading Sir Livingstone's second journal. And he has writ what? How do I zoom with the controller? Calculations. Writ calculation. It was a pretty tidy person. Can't see them being very noisy. Goodness. Storage. Now. Oh, you know what I didn't do? And I should probably do. Oopsie daisy. You're now on very hard again. Good thing we didn't do any battling, or much battling. Maybe shot a couple of things. Ran away from a Terramorph. Bat ball. This has got to be either Sam Coe or Barrett. Turn of the Interceptor, feeding the front lines. A digipick. I can't see Sam using a digipick, so I'm inclined to believe this is Barrett. Yeah. Massively technical room. This has got to be Noel. Wakes up in the morning and immediately gets to researching things. Baffa room. Fair enough.
So, Noel, Constellation living up to your expectations?
It's a dream come true, Sarah. You know that.
Little pink slippers.
I'm glad to hear it. You could have done just about anything. So,
Fancy compass.
you feel valuable.
Report from the Lewis and Clark.
It's not always
Oops.
easy,
Didn't mean to
but
take
I
that,
just
actually.
remind myself that if it weren't for you and for Constellation, I
This
wouldn't
could be
know
Sarah's.
any of this was going on.
Sarah is the quintessential explorer of the group. Report on Constellation. Following is an excerpt from 2283 SNN news report about Constellation near collapse. And although Constellation's relevance has been a subject of much debate among the new Atlantis intelligentsia, the disappearance of the founder, Sebastian Banks, was a blow most felt the organization couldn't survive. In fact, Constellation's disbanding seemed imminent until member Chloe Bao changed her vote in the 11th hour, thus ensuring the group's continued operation, at least for the time being, as well as her unexpected appointment to the position of chair. Yeah, we know nothing about the older members of Constellation. Sebastian Banks. Oh no, this will be Stroud's room. This will be Stroud's room because he's the fan of Sebastian Banks. Yeah, you gotta wonder whether Chloe would still be alive or whether she is simply aged out or what. Oh, no, that's not the room I meant. This one? Who would be so... wait, hang on. Weapons? Neat and tidy. I reckon this is Sam. Although that's a weird picture, maybe that's a picture from Cora. Okay. Oh, I'm happy. Barrett's room is the bar, am I right? Oops. Oh, this is Sarah's. Yeah. Lodge key. Do I have a lodge key? I do. This goes outside, right? Yep. Drumbeat. It's fire. So this is also an infinite chest, apparently. I think you keep your research. Have a look. Yes, you do. Keep your research. Somehow I had 3 substrate molecule sieves on me. That's cool. I don't think I'll be able to afford anything. I have a challenge to do some weapon modifications. 1, Old Mars. Nice. Laser sight. Iron sight. Red dot sight. Scope. No, don't take the iron sight actually. Thank you. Got a compensator, short suppressor, no mod. Doing a no mod requires nickel. Okay. Magazine and battery. Armor piercing rounds, large magazine, standard magazine. Internal. No mod, high velocity, high powered, or hair trigger. I'd probably do hair trigger on this one. Because on this, which is our Mateba / Rhino type thing, we would we'd do like the piercing rounds and stuff. Hello, my cod. I have returned. Yes, I have. Grip and stock. Practical grip. Standard grip. I see, I see. Armor piercing, depleted uranium. Inner traitor. Standard white hot. Binary trigger. Allows for a weapon to fire on pull and release of the trigger for a faster fire rate. Huh. Or semi-automatic. You know, I think I'd keep semi-automatic, but that's pretty fun. Binary trigger. Yeah, with our new identity, I think I'm gonna go pistols. Laser, ballistic, particle, it doesn't matter. I just pistols. They used capacitors to fire pieces of aluminum. Very good. Oh yeah, we need to talk to Sarah. Sarah!
I am at your service,
So,
Captain.
are you ready to get to work? Or was there something else?
No, we're ready to get to work, and then I'm going to talk to everyone, because I also remembered I was going to do
doing
that.
some old-fashioned detective work. The artifacts are relatively inert once they're out of bedrock. That means people can pass them around, not even knowing what they are. I've been letting my contacts know to be on the lookout for strange metal objects. Get back a lot of noise, usually. But a tip from the UC Vanguard sounds promising.
To admit, I'm excited. My first mission.
Felt the same way when I started, too. There's an electricity in the air when you know you're about to uncover something.
She doesn't know, chat.
But
She
it's
doesn't
not
know.
just that. I want to take this opportunity to see how you handle yourself, and for you to learn more about us.
Oh, that's
I'm going to be
sweet.
sticking with you for this. We'll be traveling together until we either find an artifact or this lead runs dry.
Got it. You and me until we get that artifact.
We'll need to head to Mast. Check in with the Vanguard recruiting office where my contact works. And listen, whatever you were before or whatever you do once you're out there, I don't care. So long as you don't bring UC security to our doorstep.
But what if I
Every member of
do?
Constellation is their own conscience. Understood?
Understood.
Good. Let's take a little stroll through New Atlantis, shall we?
I'm going to talk to Vasco first.
Captain, now that you are a member of Constellation, I am at your service. No additional protocols necessary. Also,
Ooh.
given the likelihood that you will be out in unsettled space, it might be beneficial to go over exploration outpost development. In case you ever need to
Do you know if
build
it
a
locks
base
us out
or
of doing
field
freestyle,
research.
though? Like, can I be a Vanguard and be deputized? Surely not. Didn't stop you. Oh. Outpost development, what do you mean? Yeah.
The exploration of an unknown planet can be a major undertaking. By building an outpost, you will be able to construct scanning equipment, resource extractors, and defenses. It is even possible to set up multiple outposts capable
Oh, I
of
see.
manufacturing, allowing you to build advanced equipment.
Sounds useful. I'll try it next time I touch on a planet. What kind of advanced structures could I build? How do I know if a planet has resources I need?
A planetary scan will reveal the presence of key inorganic resources, although rarer elements will be harder to find.
I do, of
without
course, know all
training,
this. I'm
and
just wanting
while
to
a
exhaust
scan
dialogue.
may detect the presence of life on a planet, you will have to analyze the native plants and animals yourself to know what compounds they produce.
But also, while they're not exactly friendly, they are not hostile to each other either. It's not Stormcloaks versus Empire kind of deal. Yeah. We're post-war in a kind of like tentative diplomatic alliance. What kind of advanced structures could I build?
The scan booster is the most obvious, as it will enable you to detect landmarks and other points of interest from further away. Beyond that, extractors will allow you to collect raw materials of various types, while fabricators enable the manufacturing. A particularly prosperous outpost may even warrant the construction of cargo links, allowing you to share resources between other outposts you have built.
Yes. Sounds useful. I'll try it next time I touch
The
down.
blueprints you need to construct an outpost should already be on your watch. It will automatically connect to any available materials for construction in your ship's cargo.
Hooray. You miss Barrett?
My primary function has been to support and protect Barrett during his travels. I am currently unable to do so. That is as capable as I can be of missing anyone. I believe Barrett would find your question amusing.
I'm glad you take your job seriously. Protecting Barrett must have been quite the challenge.
Barrett has, thus far, survived every mission on which we have embarked. It is therefore evident that my efforts have been successful. I suspect that Barrett would disagree with how necessary my intervention has been in any given situation.
Nah, you go get him. You go get him, Vasco. How long have you been a part of Constellation?
I arrived along with many material goods purchased by the group's previous chair, Malcolm Livingstone. Despite several significant system replacements and upgrades, I have been online for 43 years.
Oh, you're middle-aged. Very good.
My primary function has is as capable. I believe Barrett would find.
But now your job is to support and protect me.
As per Protocol Indigo, which Barrett invoked on Vectera, your identity has been successfully added to the list of humans considered essential and/or valuable. There is no cause for concern, Captain. I am and will remain at your service.
Thank you, Vasco.
My primary function is as I believe Barrett would.
Yep. I'm glad you take
My
your job
methods
seriously.
of achieving my primary goals are dictated solely by my programming and are not subject to the same whims as humans. Even if I wished it, I could not approach it any other way. Also, I am incapable of wishing.
Good job, Vasco.
Captain Rose, I will proceed to my assigned post.
Ow, yeah. Yeah, I want you on the ghost. Thanks. Right. We have Sarah. I'm sure I saw Stroud around here. And Mateo. Wherever the hell they went to. Out here? Nope. Mr. Stroud? Yep, he's having a snoozy. What is the time, actually? It is 1 in the morning. Okay, we'll have a nap. Have a nap, and then we'll talk to the rest of them. Good old nappy nap. Yeah. It'll be 8 in the morning. And I'll get an experience buff. Woo! For like 20 minutes, so it'll be gone by the time we finish talking to everyone.
It's about time. Come on, sleepyhead.
What? Did you sit there all night?
We need to talk to John Tuala in Mast.
Do you mind if I ask you some personal questions? Actually, yeah. How did you know there was an artifact on Vectera?
You can thank Barrett for that, if he's still around to thank when this is all said and done.
Morbid.
Honestly, he took this seriously before any of us. It was at his urging that we started doing deep space scans. I will admit, it was something of a shock to see Barrett taking anything seriously.
Is that because he's taking it seriously after getting his vision? Mind if I ask you some personal questions?
Fine by me.
Do you have any religious beliefs?
My parents considered themselves to be enlightened, but their lives were so busy they rarely pursued their beliefs. By the time I was old enough to start questioning these things, the idea of following any organized religion was almost an afterthought. It's not that I don't want to believe in anything, it's that my scientific mind is often at odds with my spiritual center.
Yeah,
Having
big same.
been out
Big
there,
same.
in the Starfield, seeing all those magnificent
She name
wonders
dropped.
with my own eyes. I need answers, not religious theory. I'm sorry if that
Mateo would
disappoints you.
probably highly
Don't
disagree
worry.
with you.
While we're on this journey together, I fully intend to respect your religious beliefs.
What do you consider your areas of
You
expertise?
mean apart from being the chair of
That's right.
Constellation for the past 5 years? Well, let's see. I pride myself with my aptitude for astrodynamics, calculating optimal trajectories for grav jumping. That's been quite useful in the past. And as far as planetary exploration, my area of expertise is botany. So don't worry, I won't let you eat anything that might put you in the hospital.
Is there anything you like to do for fun besides exploring?
Exploration is my entire life. I consider it both a career and recreation. That being said, I will make a confession, but you have to promise to keep it between us.
Roger that.
Before I graduated from
saluting you.
school, I was in a band.
A band?
And no, I don't mean the school band. I mean a rock band.
Ooh.
We called ourselves Ironic Comet. A ridiculous name, I know. But we were just a bunch of teenagers getting together and having fun. And before you ask, no, I wasn't the lead singer. I actually played the drums. The band never really
Alright.
went anywhere, of course, but those were good times, and I remember them fondly.
You know what? Looking at Sarah now, like, as a profile, you know, standing back, looking at her and going, yes, as a younger version of you, I could imagine you in, like, a little indie rock band as a drummer. That totally fits. That's all for now.
I hope you got something out of that.
I did. I did.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Alright, let's find Mateo in Stroud. If they're even awake yet. Oh, no, Stroud's up. Knock, knock. Alright, Sarah, fair enough.
Well, I suppose calling you a rock breaker may have been a bit out of line.
No, that's literally the job I had, unless that's some sort of slur. That's an apology you can do better. You don't even know me. I've been called worse.
Still doesn't excuse it. My frustrations lie more with Barrett. Not the first time his shenanigans have jeopardized one of our ventures. Not fair of me to take it out on you, especially since it would seem he made the right call this time. So, let's start over, shall we? Walter Stroud, CEO of Stroud Eklund, member of Constellation, and oft-times grumpy old man.
And billionaire daddy.
Welcome aboard.
I hope drinks are at least I'm glad to be
By the way,
here.
in addition to a place to stay, the lodge has a wealth of modification and research equipment.
Already found it, brother.
Spacesuit customization, pharmaceutical manufacturing, testing alien substances, the whole thing. You can even fashion industrial pieces for large-scale projects, if you don't mind extracting a few raw resources from a nearby planet, that is. I'm a fan of self-reliance, so I encourage you to make use of the tools we have to build what you need.
Will do. But you know what? What is your role?
Me? Why, I'm the wallet. Someone has to fund
Fair.
all this, and all my success in business doesn't mean much if I can't put it to good use. I don't pretend to have the daring of Ms. Morgan, or the smarts of young Mateo, but I can make sure that they have the resources they need. And, as you've now seen, those resources aren't being wasted. We're onto something big here.
Billionaire daddy doing billionaire work. Do you think the vision I had means anything?
Up until very recently, I'd likely have dismissed it as, I don't know, hallucinations. But now, I'm not sure what to think. I don't suppose you have a history of this sort of thing, do you?
No, pretty normal. Sorry, pretty, unnormal, pretty unique. Yes. Never had this happen. Oh, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
I imagined as
Yeah.
much. Barrett expressed something similar in his own unique way. I'm no scientist. I leave that to the likes of Barrett and young Noel there. But I think we can all agree there's something unusual going on here.
Totally, dude.
Frankly, this is the most exciting thing that's happened in years.
What kind of company is Stroud Eklund?
We're most well known for ship manufacture. No expense spared. If you want the best and can afford it, you choose Stroud Eklund.
Oh, yeah?
Unfortunately, our success means you'll sometimes see Stroud Eklund ship modules on less than reputable vessels. They covet them. The bastards.
But where are they
I
getting
tried
them
to
from?
convince the United Colonies we can help in that regard, but they're married to Deimos Star Yards, and those old salts are stuck in the glory days.
This isn't where I'd expect to find a CEO.
Funny thing about companies, you build one sturdy enough, it doesn't need you there all the time to prop it up. Stroud Eklund functions quite well on a day-to-day basis, leaving me time to devote to more esoteric pursuits. For years, I was captivated by the writings of Constellation's founder, Sebastian Banks.
Yeah.
I finally decided to do something more than admire from a distance, and so now I call the lodge home as much as anywhere else.
Cool. Well, I'll see you around.
Until next time.
Oh, close your door again. Sarah's gonna open it immediately. Yep. Mateo, you in here? Yeah. Noel's in there. Well, we haven't talked to Noel fully either.
It's been quieter around here ever since Vladimir went to live on the Eye full time.
You seem to know a lot about these artifacts.
Oh gosh, no. I mean that's flattering, but really, we're making this up as we go. Until you arrived, we only had the two, and the vaguest sense that there was something more at work. There's still so much we don't know, and that means a lot of work ahead of us.
And I'll be right there to help you. Let me know how I can help you to learn more.
Well, right now nothing's off the table. Metallurgical analysis, chemical composition. I'm looking at everything. One thing I'm really trying to improve is my overall database of xenobiology. I don't know if it will help in this case, but the more we know about, well, everything, the better off we are, right?
Sure.
Speaking of, if you're going to be out there looking for more artifacts, you're bound to come across some interesting specimens. Anything organic, I'd be happy to take it off your hands.
Right. Organic
There's
stuff,
a
got it.
galaxy chock full of resources. The more data I have, the more thorough an analysis I can do. And if it sweetens the deal, I can pay. Pretty well, too. Walter's pockets may not be bottomless, but they are pretty deep.
I got some organic resources for you.
Great,
Do I?
let's see what you have.
Oh, I do. She actually does buy them for quite a lot. Crazy. Alright. I was wondering about types of exploration work besides the artifacts.
Of course. There's plenty of planets out there that no one has ever set foot on, and everything we learn about them is valuable. We have a board where we post anything specific we're looking for. A type of alien flora or fauna, or a planet with a specific quality, like if it's primed to have life but doesn't yet.
Okay. Vision Ice Wall, what do you think that was?
Oh, right, that. If we're approaching this rationally, I suppose we'd call them visual and auditory hallucinations. What you perceived as lights and music could be overloaded neural input, your brain's attempt to make sense of something. An energy surge, some other phenomenon.
Yeah, like a seizure. Barrett saw something too, right?
He did. At the time, well, it's Barrett. We weren't sure if he was kidding around. Clearly, he wasn't.
So there should be I should say there should be a reasonable explanation.
There might be a reasonable explanation.
Exactly.
I wasn't there. I didn't see what you saw. I'm just not in a position to say for sure.
That's fair, Noah.
That's okay. Now that this has happened to both you and Barrett, we can know to maybe expect it in the future. Be a little more prepared. We're all in this together now, right?
Sure. How long have you been working on this?
Well, Constellation's been around forever, more than 50 years now. But we only became aware of the artifacts recently. Barrett discovered the first one about 2 years ago, right under our noses. And he was the one who got this all in motion. It's a shame he isn't here to see this. Stay safe, okay?
You know what blows my mind? Is that Constellation could have completely collapsed if it wasn't for the fact that you have a billionaire who was a fanboy of Sebastian Banks. If that fandom never happened, then no Constellation. Or at least a very poorly equipped Constellation. A Mateo? We do have a Mateo. Alright, Mateo. I've never really given you the time of day. Let's have a chat.
Ask if you've got questions. Speak up if you have ideas. We're all here for the same reason. Are you doing okay? I'm not sure anyone really asked yet. Don't want you to think we're focused on the artifacts and nothing else.
It is actually kind of sweet of you.
You've done something really significant bringing that artifact here. I'm Mateo, theological scholar by trade, but now, well, an explorer like you. It's really good to have you with us.
Sure. All of these artifacts came out of caves?
Second one was on Kazal, buried the same as the one you found. But the first one, right under our noses for years, sitting in storage, masquerading as an oversized paperweight. Can you imagine potentially the greatest discovery in human history collecting dust?
Sure. What brought you to Constellation?
Well, there was some overlap in interests. I'd spent years searching for religious relics from human history. I had made a really incredible discovery, only to lose it to a greedy corporation. So I tried to steal it back. In the process, I met Walter. Turned out he owned the corporation. After a long talk, we realized we had a lot in common, and I was invited to join Constellation.
Okay. So Walter likes collecting religious artifacts, got it. What do you make of the vision I saw?
I'm not gonna lie, I really wish I could have seen this for myself. It's hard to judge otherwise. Both you and Barrett saw something. I don't think that's a coincidence. Did it feel like it was trying to tell you something? I don't want to necessarily use the words divine revelation, but, you know, if the label fits.
I actually cannot lie to him now. Knowing what I know, I don't think this character could lie to him. It was trying to tell me something, but that doesn't mean it's divine. I know it's important. I can feel it.
It has to be, right? All of this is connected. We just need to figure out how and why. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. We just need more data, which means more artifacts. Take care of yourself.
Thank you. Sarah just spookily standing there staring at me while I talk to Mateo. Right, that's everyone talked to in Constellation, including Best Boy Vasco. Well, we've got Barrett and Sam to talk to, but they're not exactly available to chat right now. Missions? How does one access missions easily on the controller? Like that. Yeah, I hung out by the coffee shop and he didn't chase me down. I don't know where he is. Keeping the peace. Speak to the agent. Oh yeah, I need to hand into this dude too.
I don't mean to be pushy, but I really do need those sensors and
It's amazing to think that this tree
I appreciate your
predates New
assistance, but I
Atlantis.
still need all of those sensors.
Can you imagine all the changes it's
Sarah,
seen?
stop talking in my ear, would you? I've got all your sensors right here.
So you do. Wonderful. I'll just take these, and we'll see what they have to tell us.
I'll switch back to keyboard and mouse when
We'll
it's
just upload data.
relevant
Give it a
for
moment.
like combat. But this was more for it's nicer, it's smoother when like just moving around. And to be quite honest, it was mostly because now I can actually move at the same speed as a NPC who I'm meant to be following. Downstairs.
Are you going to apply for the job?
Our whole office is getting moved to Gagarin.
Really?
You know, and I think from a viewing experience, it's nicer than me flicking around all the time, you know, like. Because that's how I tend to look when I'm using keyboard and mouse, is I'm not like smooth about it. But I am fairly smooth when it's on controller. Fence research. Hello, I've been sent by Yuri. Pick up a package. This how I get to where you are? Intelligence network, here we go. Hello, Yuri sent me. Knock knock.
I'm afraid the security of the United Colonies is every citizen's responsibility, but we try and do the bulk of the work.
I was asked by UC Security to pick something up.
Ah, right. You're Sergeant Yumi's recruit. You're taller than I expected.
Yeah, but then you have to set it back afterwards. Like, I appreciate that people have worked out what the number is and stuff, but... Ugh. Not sure how you would know that.
Statistical average psychological tendencies, a sergeant's need to tower over his subordinates. But really, it was just a joke. I meant nothing by it.
Oh.
In any case, let me fill you in. We have a dead drop that we think has been compromised.
Yeah.
So I'd like someone from UC Security to handle the pickup instead.
Understood.
Take the package back to Sergeant Yumi, and he'll check it in as evidence before it gets routed back to Aegis.
Oh, it's making sense now. You're trying to find a rat in security. Okay. Got it. Just tell me where to pick it up.
Take the NAT to the spaceport. There should be a Galbank ATM right next to the station.
Yeah, I've seen it.
The package is taped under one of the benches. Grab it and deliver it to Sergeant Yumi, and the job's done.
God. What is it you do here?
I'm the acting head of Aegis, the intelligence division here in Mast. I oversee all our active projects and agents in the field, and I'm afraid that's about as much detail as I can give you.
Yeah, that makes sense. Can you tell me about Aegis?
All you really need to know is that we're here to serve, and we're the good guys. Our main priority is the safety and security
Hey,
of
not
the
exist.
citizens
How
and
you doing?
assets of the United Colonies, wherever they may be. We keep an eye on, well, everything.
Must be hard not to be able to talk about much. Yeah. The agency that feels the need to point out they're the good guys usually aren't. True. So you're spies.
That is a word that has been used, both for good and ill, to describe us at times.
And simple, faster walk. Oh, that's cool. I'll have a look at it. It must be hard not to be able to talk about much.
You get used to it after a while. And it makes the occasions where you can all the more meaningful.
That would be true, yeah. Your name is Plato?
No. My parents would never have been so presumptuous. Every agent who joins Aegis gets to choose a pseudonym, pending approval, of course. I chose this for myself when I signed on. I have, of course, since learned that I am not nearly as smart as I thought I was as a younger man. I suppose none of us are.
Wow, lesson learned. Look at that. Wisdom, huh? You already told me what Aegis is, but...
We're the intelligence arm of the United Colonies. Think of it this way. UC Security responds to threats. It's Aegis's job to anticipate and prevent them.
I won't ask about the package. That seems
Good luck
rude.
with the mission.
No, we've only just started, so this is as basic as it could be. No involvement of other factions or anything. Take me to the net station. Alright, Sarah, we will get to talk to what's his name. I'm just wanting to do this for UC first. Hup.
Another day, another credit.
My insomnia's just gotten so bad. Then maybe if I try easy sleep tea, although it probably has.
Oh no! Hey, buddy.
By Vectera, by Vectera, by Vectera! I can't believe it! Is it you? Is it really,
Yes,
really
it's
you?
me.
Captain of the frontier.
Yep.
Bane of the fleet.
Yep.
Constellation's shining star of stars.
You got it in one, buddy. It's me.
Then the day is truly blessed. Because for a moment, I wasn't sure if you were real or just another hallucination.
Another hallucination?
But now that I know it's you, what are the odds?
Oh no.
And to think, I almost went for coffee instead. But I changed my routine for one day, and here you are. It's almost like it was meant to be.
It was. We might have met either way. The coffee shop is basically my second home.
Fantastic! I think that makes us roommates. By rule, we pretty much have to be best friends.
It's true. We do.
Either way, it's such an honor to meet you.
Thank you, buddy.
Hey, do you mind if I follow you around? Do you need a sidekick?
Oh, I'd love a sidekick.
What am I saying? You're a hero, of course.
Yeah.
You. Lead the way.
Let's go, man. Welcome aboard.
You won't be disappointed.
And let him just walk away. Come on, Sarah. It's fucking crazy.
I've flown across most of the settled systems in all manners of spacecraft, and yet I still get sick on the gnat.
It's not that I didn't learn the flatmate names, it's that I forgot them. There's a difference.
Ah, I've always liked that statue. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Static, I must show you something. I must show you something for your education. No, it has to be done. Has to be done. This is who he is mimicking. Same character, same personality, same everything. He doesn't say by Vectera, by Vectera, by Vectera. He says, oh heck, which god does he announce? By Something. So, you have been educated. There you go.
The artist was trying to represent.
Yeah. Can I talk to you about that?
It's you and me from here out. Sure, go ahead.
No, it's all good.
Bye.
Okay, you can't have spontaneous conversations, I guess. Unless they address you, that is. Hello, citizen. It really felt like I was eyeing him, but I wasn't. I was just like, he's got his lean on. Sarah, why are you back there?
Sarah, good to see you. Listen, I smoothed over that incident between Matteo and Rosa at the Sanctum.
I'd hardly call it an incident, more of a debate, really. But I appreciate it just the same.
Not a problem. In the meantime, maybe you could tell him to take it down a notch.
Can do. Thanks again, Sergeant.
Oh. You know what? Static, you might be right. What was her name? Isaac. Wife, Dead Space. Nicole, yep, you were right. Yeah, she does. Jeez. Okay. Shorter hair, but similar face. That'd be a hell of a reference, or I think more likely a subconscious accident.
How's the investigation going?
Yeah,
Still
about
have
that.
questions? Go ahead and ask.
I've got the package.
Nicely done. It's really hard to find good help these days. That being said, my luck seems to be turning around. We've gotten a lot of new personnel as of late, not just you.
Oh, yeah.
Who knew all I had to do was put up a sign?
Yeah. I want to say that, but I'm going to say this.
As am I. And the best part is, since you're all
Yeah, right, Static?
there's no paperwork. Anyway, here's your payment. And if I have any more work for you, I'll let you know.
How will you let me know? That was a pretty good payout. Oh, crap.
Ah, if it isn't my favorite part-time security officer.
Full-time security officer, though? I'm looking for work.
I've got nothing at the moment, but come back later, and I might have something for you.
All right.
Take care.
All right, let's go join the Vanguard. Actually, I think we're going to drop into the bar first, because one, I want to see if the hunter is there, and two...
Contrary to what you might have heard, UC security personnel are good people. And Sergeant Yumi just happens to be an old friend.
Why are you talking to me like I tread on toes? Me and Yumi are getting along fine, thank you very much. Whoa, there is no hunter. Gideon Ecker, hi buddy.
Hey, if you're looking for a weapon specialist, I could really use the work to pay off some debts.
I mean, weapons expert, huh? I can shoot targets just fine, thanks. What kind of debts are you talking about?
The kind that need to be paid off quickly, or else I'm in big trouble. And if you don't mind, I'd kind of like to keep the details of that to myself. Unless you're agreeing to hire me, of course.
Not really, no.
Yeah, I figured you'd say that.
Actually, it's
Not having much
because
luck lately.
my ship is full up
Well,
with a robot
if you
and a
change your
crazy
mind,
person,
I'll be right here.
but I would if I could.
Yes?
I'm just being nosy.
Any vacancies on your crew?
No, not really.
Let me know if you change your mind.
Hey, so you're generic. Don't talk to the people who have generic names. Marika
Hey there.
Boss.
You look like the planet hopping type. Got any room on your ship for someone like me?
Well, that depends. You got any useful skills?
Plenty. I'm comfortable on a ship, especially in the gunner seat. I'm also a trained expert with shotguns. I have the certification to prove it.
My God. I'm so glad for you. I am so glad for you. You know that? I'm so glad for you. I peeked the microphone when I laughed. Hang on, folks. I'm going to be right back. I need to turn on a light. Is it one of those ones that you like manually roll under your foot, or is it like automatic, machine powered? I don't think so. Sorry.
I get it. Make your way then. If you change your mind, you can find me here.
Ooh, the fancy kind. Wait, aren't you meant to be in Jemison? Oh no, you're a different person.
Hi, how are you?
Anything you recommend doing in New Atlantis?
There's a huge tree in the Embassy District, across from the mass station.
Ooh.
Trust me, it may sound dumb, but I think everyone should see it at least once when they're in the city.
Everyone deserves a good foot massage.
Cool. Or maybe I just love trees.
Thank you.
Hope to see you again soon.
Who's this fellow? Simon Benkowski.
You picked a good day to drop by. Bartender's making them strong today. You in town for business?
The official Constellation business.
You're with Constellation? Damn, that's cool.
Yeah.
I've always admired you
badass.
guys. Exploring the stars full-time seems like a dream come true. It seems like we have that in common. Personally, I'm here looking for work. I just quit my job as a weapon tester for MAST.
Well, just like I told the other guy. Yeah. But I don't have any openings on my crew yet.
That's too bad. Well, thanks anyway. If you meet any pilots looking for weapons experts, send them my way, will you?
Roger that. Oh, generic citizen. Sarah, why are you behind the bar? Sarah.
Good to see you again. Can I get you something?
Again?
Hey there. Always nice to see a new face. First time in New Atlantis?
What just happened? You a starborn? You a star god? Oh yeah, no, that's how a massage should be. It should be just like the gentlest amount of pain. Well, sometimes a little more can go a long way, but yes. I'm not new. I come here in here all the time. I didn't think it was that obvious.
Oh boy, I didn't mean for you to take it personally. It's just something to say to customers. Break the ice. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
Listen, you just relax. Make yourself comfortable. You're welcome to stay as long as you want. That work for you, new girl?
Yes.
Let me know if there's anything I can get you.
I would like a drink. Business seems to be booming for you.
Yep. Spaceport traffic keeps me pretty busy. But just between you and me, I've got something in the works that'll change everything. A new drink that'll make this place famous. Galaxy-wide.
Push her out of frame. There we go. I'll have to give it a try.
You will love it, I guarantee. Only, I can't make you one right now. Don't have the ingredients. I made a deal with a hauler to bring me some small samples of an ingredient I think will make all the difference. But it never showed up. Turns out the guy I hired was also hired by a few other folks. The kind of folks who ship less than legal cargo.
Yeah.
Security got wind, and the whole lot was impounded. Now they're just sitting on it, taking their sweet time like they always do. It's killing me.
Well, I hate to say that's what you get for buying cheap cargo, but sounds like these sorts of things could drive one to drink.
Very clever of you. Your parents must be so proud. And really, I'm not even certain this is what I need to finish the recipe. I think it is. I need to get my hands on that cargo.
Well, I could help.
I really do. It's gonna keep me awake nights if I don't try. Before we say anything else, I am in no way asking you to do anything that might violate any of the many, many laws in place here in New Atlantis or the larger United Colonies.
Of course, Wink.
This is just one friend talking to another friend, asking if maybe that friend could possibly find a way to get her important cargo out of the impound.
Of course,
And
Wink.
if, hypothetically, that were done in a less than 100% legal way, well, that might not be the worst thing in the world.
No, I understand you perfectly.
With me on this?
Yeah, but she isn't.
Surely you're not seriously considering this course of action. The last thing we need is UC security on our backs.
Well, we're not going to do anything that's going to put UC security on our backs, Sarah. I'm here for you.
God, you have no idea what a relief this is. I'm obviously not expecting you or anyone to go in guns blazing and taking hostages or something.
Don't
just
do a massage for too
there has
long,
to be
though.
a way to get what I need.
You can start taking the good out of the massage. All right, I'll figure
I'm
something
not
out.
worried. I'm annoyed. Wait,
True.
are you saying I should be worried? No, of course not. It'll be fine. Totally fine.
Totally fine.
I trust you.
Yep. All right.
Stop by anytime.
You stop walking against her, please. Rude. Rude.
Ever been to Sidonia? My brother works there.
The rudest. Right. Let's go.
He says some Xenobirds can sing a song only their mate can hear, so they can find each other in large flocks.
You will be scanned as you enter the city.
Security scanners, chemical sniffers. The United Colonies sure isn't taking any chances.
Well, apparently there was a recent Maroon thing that slipped through, so Maroon zealots slipped through and caused some trouble. Hello? Hello? Excuse me? Hi.
Hey, this really isn't a good place for civilians to be hanging around.
No worries.
There's something I can help you with?
Yeah, how often does UC security clear out the impound storage?
Not really sure. Whenever they get through their backlog, I guess.
So never?
There a reason you're asking?
Yeah, well, you got some cargo that was important and I need the access to it, because I need to get drunk.
I can't really just let you in there.
I need some liquid therapy. Things on my desk falling over. There you go. There's no reason for us to have a problem, is there?
Sorry, bud. I can't.
Well, you're not listening. Let me try again.
I heard you the first time, and didn't care then either.
Well, I'm getting tired of asking you. You need me to let me in there now.
Okay.
It worked, holy shit.
Might be able to make an exception for you.
Thank you.
All right, look, don't tell anyone I did this for you. Could lose my job over it. If
Turns
anyone
out being a
asks,
Karen
I had
worked.
nothing to do with this.
See that, Sarah?
Got it? 1 second. All right, make it quick, will you?
Yeah. Blink. Yeah. Nothing to see here, officer. You didn't see anything. Nothing. No, I work for UC Security. It's fine. It's fine. How long is too long? When you start going numb.
You'll be scanned as you enter the
And by
city.
that I mean when you stop feeling it as much as you did.
Okay, no bounty.
So once it starts going from pain to feeling good, that's when you should, like, you know, enjoy it feeling good for a bit, but then stop.
Anything I can do for you?
Good news.
Hey there, new girl. Good to see you again. Can I get you something?
The newest, the freshest girl there is. I have a present for you.
Oh, no way. You really got it? I probably don't want to know what you did
And my arm
to get
just
this,
popped
right?
back into its
I mean, I want to know, but it's
socket,
maybe better if
all
I
on
don't.
its own. Don't worry, no one died.
I certainly hope not. This is a huge deal to me, but it's not worth either of us murdering over.
Well, I didn't.
Well, look, I can assure this will all be worth it in the end. Matter of fact, I'm going to let you have the first ever sample.
Yes.
On top of that, you get free drinks. Not like unlimited free drinks. But you want a little pick-me-up now and then? I got you covered.
Hey, Shell.
I need some time to work on what comes next. But this was the difficult part, I think. Really? Thank you so much.
No worries. Because I got free alcohol out of that and 6,300 credits. So what's the word around town?
Bit of a slow news day around here.
Oh.
Well, speaking of news, some folks are convinced David Barron, you know, the SSN anchor, is some sort of Freestar sympathizer.
Ooh.
Ridiculous, if you ask me. Sure, they ran a couple of stories about Aquila City that weren't totally critical, but come on. Have you ever been? It's really not that bad. Anyway, that's the sort of high-stakes stuff people talk up while waiting on a flight. So glad you asked, aren't you? I can tell.
Yeah, 100%. See you
Catch
later.
you later.
Have a good day, Nissa. I am going to find a beautiful bench. Gonna let me face the sculpture. No, it's not. Well, then this isn't a beautiful bench. I refuse.
Good news, they're going to let me pitch my presentation at the meeting tomorrow. Wow. Yeah, I am super nervous, but fingers crossed.
I did this side quest very, very recently. How's your ship? Is it nifty? My ship is a
I don't think this day could get any better.
terrible ship. It is a Crimson Fleet Ghost. And the reason for that is because I am incognito. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And I didn't have access to the frontier. I had to acquire this through dubious means. You just went incognito with your own regular ship, Jerry. Very good. Very good. I've locked my uniform, you know what I mean, wink wink nudge nudge, in my safe in the Constellation Hall
You'll
Lodge.
be scanned as you enter the city. Please keep moving. Okay, no bounty.
And now I'm walking. Woo! No, not that. How on controller does one? There we go. How do we do a not like that? You don't. Not like that. This is my incognito. Although right after you got done with that quest, I was able to upgrade my piloting skills so I could pilot the even better Jerry, and the Jerry is the Jerry I have piloted to this day. So while I was doing, shall we call it space nonsense, I have yet to use it yet. I got myself piloting 4, so I can fly Class C ships, but I haven't even flown a Class B ship yet. So, you know, that's all on the table. Yeah, because on the first loop, I got to like 30, and then I decided to bust a move and get to loop 10. And getting to loop 10 and getting all the temples ended with me with 67.
My contact is in Vanguard recruiting, so expect a sales pitch when you meet him.
Yeah, well that's what I'm kind of hoping for, actually, Sarah. So I want to do it right this time. The spiff trick and got to 107. What, you went to that one planet and just murdered things for hours?
Do each of you swear to protect and defend the citizens of the United Colonies to the best of your abilities?
I did, Shell, I did. Yep. I'm competing with you on the Great Universal Cycle. One day we shall meet, and I will have to shoot you. Highlander voice, there can only be
good
one.
To see you. Who's your friend?
Hopefully Constellation's newest member. Thought I'd run through some legwork together.
Another space explorer. Hey, you ever think of joining up with the Vanguard? Help the United Colonies?
But maybe it
earn
is
some
you who
credits,
shall win.
Even get your UC citizenship?
Maybe later. We have Constellation business to discuss first. I would love to join the Vanguard. Sign me up.
Excellent. Just need to do a little paperwork. An orientation on the UC, and knock out an exam, and a probationary mission. We need to know you'll be able to hack it out there after all.
Mm-hmm.
Do well. You'll be out there keeping the peace in no time.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Don't forget, John. I need her back after you wrap her in that fancy get-up of yours.
No worries, Sarah. I'm not forgetting about you or our little business afterwards. Promise.
Oh,
First
cool.
things first, head down to the orientation hall. Get signed up at the registration terminal.
It won't let you go
System will
overboard then.
walk you through the rest.
Nice.
Oh, and if you got a bounty, well, you're gonna have to make things right with the UC before we'll let you join. But if you've got any questions, I can get you sorted.
Oh, thank you, Tuala. Right now you're a bit progressed through your second loop, but you're not entirely sure if you wanted to go through the Unity. Might reload your save just to do the UC Vanguard quest and Freestar Collective quest. So, the way I've kind of done it is... We did what, like 60 hours of... Let's just call it loop 1, but like, you know, the first world, first universe. And I was being a bit hyperactive about it because new game and so on and so forth. So it's just kind of like putting quests directly into my veins rather than taking the time to let the paint dry and enjoying myself. So when I learned about New Game Plus and the fact that New Game Plus 10 kind of is where New Game Plus comes to an end, I thought, okay, this is a great opportunity for me to reset everything and have at it again. So that's why it's been good for me, because I get to, you know, take it easy this time rather than rushing things. Do I have master lockpicking yet? No, I do not. Lockpicking is something I've been ignoring entirely, actually. You know what, let's talk to you first.
The process starts with registration down in the orientation hall. Or did you have a question?
I had Constellation business to discuss, actually.
Right. Got so wound up bringing you on board, I almost forgot.
Oh, I haven't. Come on, John. Let's hear it before you try to convince her to join the Marines.
All right. Here's what I've got. Vanguard volunteer by the name of
If you mean the,
Moera. Helps patrol the old neighborhood. Sol, Mars,
shields,
Neptune,
weapons, and helper thing. I know about that.
The Sol system. Which admiral did he upset to get that posting?
He's Martian, born and raised. Not like I can get anyone else to care. Word is he's got some fancy metal ornament he's been showing off to the old grounders. Matches that description Sarah gave me.
God, it sounds so nerdy. If he's on patrol, he could be putting our item at risk.
What? Nah. Sol system is as quiet as a coffin. It'll be fine.
That means it's not going to be fine.
I'm sure you two can handle it. Sol system is a lot of planets, but a vet like Moera will be checking in at Sidonia on the regular.
You mean hitting the bars, don't you, John?
Hey, nothing wrong with a little refresh between patrols.
Want to see all the happy outcomes that you need before you go. You've done the undercover stuff. You've done Ryogen Industries. You've done the main story and the emissary. It's time to talk the Hunter down. As far as you know, the only big quest lines you have left are the UC Vanguard stuff and the Freestar Collective stuff. Yeah, well, at that point, I would say just keep at it. But for what it's worth, you should know that every loop you get an opportunity to see that stuff. So, like, when we decide to finally put this stream playthrough to an end, I'll be seeing that myself.
Everything all right?
Sorry, Tuella, I'm talking with voices in my head. Thank you for the help.
Anything for Sarah. UC always takes care of its own. Even the prodigal
Yeah, that's
children.
fair, Shell.
Oh, brother.
That is totally fine. Well, that's one of the cool things about Starfield, I think, is it's... Bethesda have always been like this, right? For all their faults, they've always said, play how you want. It's a single-player game. It doesn't matter. I want to do that. Thank you. You want your character to be able to look back on where she came from and know what she did good. Yeah. That's fair. What's this? Computer? Enhance. Enlistment agreement. By joining the United Colonies Vanguard, you agree to perform the necessary services for the United Colonies that could place you in serious danger, resulting in harm to your craft, not your contract, yourself, up to and including death. In exchange, the United Colonies Vanguard agrees to compensate all captains according to their experience level and the difficulty of the task requested. All applicants will be required to earn a satisfactory grade on the simulated combat flight, successfully complete a probationary mission. On the completion of both prerequisites, the United Colonies Vanguard agrees to sponsor your citizenship application and guarantees the granting of United Colonies citizenship once sufficient time or acts of valor have warranted it. Do you agree to the above commitment and wish to initiate your journey with the United Colonies Vanguard? I, Rose, agree. Consent document, you may proceed to the examination chamber through the orientation hall. Thank you.
Registration accepted. You may now proceed through the historical displays in the orientation hall and continue on to the examination.
So after doing 10, no. Not a single one. It's so rude. I heard about them. I didn't spoil myself on any of them. But I didn't get to see a single one. They were all normal. So I guess the only way I'll see them now is by looking them up. Or starting new characters and doing more loops, but that is unlikely to happen anytime soon.
In 2150, humanity learned the Earth's magnetosphere would collapse sometime in the next half-century, eliminating all life on the planet. Decisive action was required, but the secure transport of an entire civilization would demand a new kind of cooperation, a new kind of courage, and a new kind of union. Thus, in 2159, the United Colonies were formed to make that journey possible. Just 1 year later, the Galileo, the first of many colony ships, touched down here on Jemison, beginning a new era of human history, the age of the United Colonies.
My god, I appreciate this running commentary on how much you were getting out of this.
The logistics alone must have been mind-boggling.
You've heard that there's a 15% chance for Funky Universe, so that it's not particularly surprising that you haven't found one yet. Yeah, true. It's just, when I've, like, looked into it, most people who have done 10 loops get it, like, at least once. Pretty high probability of twice. You know, 10%, 1 in 10, but there's no guarantee with the 1 in 10. Math do as math do.
From their foundation, the United Colonies strove to provide all their citizens with opportunity, security, and peace.
Yeah, very ideal.
But there were those among the UC that still wanted something more. Independence. So in 2161,
so you crushed independence. Yeah.
Proclamation, granting UC citizens the right to settle distant worlds and form their own sovereign powers. It wasn't long before the first new faction, the Free Star Collective, was formally organized in 2188, later followed by House Varun, revealing themselves to the universe in 2230.
Oh, House Varun are a separate colony, okay.
Proclamation has always left me torn. So much conflict arose.
So hearing...
Was it worth it?
Thanks, Sarah. So hearing all that about House Varun is really making me think House Varun will be the DLC stuff. Because there is, like, no House Varun content in the base game. But they seem really important to the galaxy.
It was only in 2230 that the faction known as House Varun first made contact with the rest of the settled systems. Founded by the passengers of a colony ship that had left New Atlantis and disappeared 4 decades earlier, House Varun was a faction unlike any other. A theocracy dedicated wholly to the beliefs of its isolationist founder, Jinan Varun. House Varun initially made overtures of peace towards the rest of the settled systems. They claimed their only intention was to spread the word of their god, the Great Serpent. But none could have guessed that this worship might take the form of a bloody war, the Serpent's Crusade.
When did the Serpent's Crusade take place, or is that currently taking place? You've been using a precognition ability as an in-universe way to save scum by justifying it as your character just peeking into the future, but that's cool. That's a really cool in-universe way to roleplay it. I have never seen someone in this getup. I've seen someone in this getup, and I am jealous of this person's hat, because I've seen that getup without the hat. Let me hear.
The Freestar Collective was initially founded in 2188, when the citizens of Aquila banded together with the pleasure city of Neon in mutual defense. But in 2194, after the deployment of a UC medical star station in orbit around their world, the citizens of Narion also requested to join the collective. The resulting rise in tensions between the Freestar Collective and UC culminated in the settled system's first intergalactic conflict, the Nerion War. Despite a
There's
decisive
nothing they can
victory
do
by
about
the
it.
UC,
Hell yeah.
the colonies permitted the citizens of Nerion to join the collective, forming the basis for the fiercely independent union that persists to this day.
You're gonna be mad if they do a Varun DLC and not have the leader be Ilayoi from the League. Yeah, I can see that. That would be a pretty cool turn. Oh, here we go. Here's the Crusade.
Beginning in 2240, House Varun forces declared all-out war on the rest of human civilization, initiating the Serpent's Crusade.
They clearly have unique ships if this image is anything to go by.
Years, thousands of Freestar, UC, and independent souls were killed by agents of House Varun in the name of their serpent god.
Yeah.
It was only with the death of their founder in 2263 and the succession of his heir, Jarek, that House Varun finally sued for peace.
Ooh.
There remained, however, select members of House Varun who refused to recognize the cessation of hostilities their leaders established. Even after House Varun's mysterious disappearance, these zealots remain a threat to all who encounter them. Their pacification, a goal of all space.
My theory is that because of the main quest Makod, that what's his name, Jaren Varun is still alive somewhere. But he also might be incognito, and I also think that he is very likely a Starborn.
Of the many conflicts between the galaxy's factions, none was more brutal than the recent colony war between the UC
Only ended 20
and the
years
Freestar
ago.
Collective. Set off by the unauthorized Freestar colonization of Vesta's Pride in 2308, a direct violation of the Nerion Treaty.
So 58 years, no, 68 years after the Crusade.
Both sides deployed every tool at their disposal. Armadas of warships, mechanized combat platforms, or mechs. Even bioengineered alien creatures. The infamous UC Zero
Look at you go, Shell.
It was only in 2311 at the Battle of Cheyenne that the scales finally tipped. The Freestar Collective, utilizing their civilian fleet as a human shield, successfully crippled the superior
Jesus
United
Christ.
Colonies Navy. After their shocking victory against the galaxy's greatest navy, the Freestar Collective offered terms of peace, which the colonies, out of an interest in staving off any further human costs, accepted. The galaxy has been rebuilding ever since.
The colony war was a horrible conflict that irreparably wounded the settled systems. There were times I felt that it would never end.
So about this panel, it's funny that the UC has this big memorial to the lives that were lost in the colony war. Not that they shouldn't, obviously, you know, that's fine. But the UC have this huge memorial dedicated to the lives lost in the colony war. But then you go to Aquila City, and there is no such memorial, yet there was such a huge loss of life through the effort of a civilian, I don't know what you would call it, a civilian-led siege break by the Federation? Freestar Collective.
Few settled worlds were left untouched by the colony war.
The Battle of
But
Nira.
nowhere could the viciousness of modern warfare be seen more clearly than on the Freestar planet of Nira.
You literally can't, it's written on the wall.
Initially occupied by invading United Colonies forces as a forward operating position, Repeated attempts to take and retake the planet by collective forces led only to devastation. Swaths of the world were transformed into scorched husks, a nightmarish testament to the depths of human ingenuity and human cruelty. And today, Nira remains a continuing reminder to the horrors of unfettered war.
So I found the battlefield on Nera. You can go visit it. And it's like a huge salvage operation. It's really cool. Oh, sorry, it was the other way. Yeah, the UC broke a civilian meat shield. Which is unfathomable levels of cruelty. And yet it's the United Colonies with the, like, grandiose death memorial.
In the midst of the colony war, a different kind of tragedy struck the UC city of Londinian.
Londinian.
A newly constructed but critical supply center for the United Colonies war effort. Londinian found itself overrun by one of the
Do they have Big Benian?
Mysterious predators, the Terror.
And Parliamentary Halcyon?
A rare but pervasive threat to all human-settled worlds. Terramorphs swept over the city, seemingly out of nowhere, on a scale never before seen in recorded history.
Xeno warfare.
Valiant efforts by the UC military slowed the onslaught, but the creatures proved unstoppable. Ultimately, the decision was made to destroy the Londinian spaceport, sealing off the city, the outbreak, and its citizenry from the galaxy at large. The tragedy of Londinian is mourned by the UC to this day.
Yeah, exactly right, Shell. At the beginning of this, didn't the UC say everyone has the right to colonize the stars and set up their own governments and factions, and then subsequently got into a war with every other faction? Like, no, we're the only ones allowed to govern. Yeah, they very much did a no, not like that. They said, hey, everyone, go and be your own governments. Be free! And so they went and started to be free. No, not like that. How dare. So this is a terramorph.
All 4 of my last science papers have been on terramorphs.
I mean, they are pretty cool.
Thing's like an artist's rendition, right? No animal can be this ugly in real life.
No, that is definitely what a terramorph looks like. I'm very sorry to report. They're like death claws, except so very much worse. You can see, actually, that they might. A little bit how the sausage is made. Might actually be based on the Deathclaw
a real terramorph
model. Just noticed it in the arms.
Some UC
so that might be a
that
might just be wishful thinking. The armistice.
After the devastation wrought by the colony war, the UC and the Freestar Collective came together to ratify a treaty that became known as the Armistice. Both sides agreed to a vast reduction in standing forces, and that xeno-weapons and mech warfare would be outlawed. All related research was sealed away, accessible only in cases of dire emergency. But the Collective had another demand, that the active commanders of the UC military stand trial for their actions. The United Colonies, in the interest of peace and galactic security, agreed. In 2311, 3 United Colonies senior officers were found guilty.
Guarantee they were lambs.
Commander Henry Durant, General Indira Rastogi, and Fleet Admiral Francois Sanon, known better as Ve Victus. All were sentenced to death for their actions, bringing the colony war to a close and returning peace to the galaxy at long last.
I was a strong supporter of the armistice. All of the terrible weapons that both sides used against one another. It had to end.
Yeah, but I totally reckon those 3 were scapegoats. Vanguard is born. Born.
It was into this new world that the Vanguard was born. An official branch of the UC Navy, the Vanguard is the United Colonies Volunteer Fleet, serving a myriad of security, logistical, and reconnaissance roles.
Oh.
And after a sufficient length of service, UC citizenship is guaranteed to every Vanguard member. Open to all captains, regardless of origin, the Vanguard is leading the charge to protect and support the citizens of the United Colonies, wherever in the galaxy they may be.
Great. Oh, one more.
No one is born a United Colonies citizen. Only through service to the UC can one hope to earn one's citizenship.
Is this a reference?
But the UC prides itself on taking care of its people. Cost of living controls mean citizens pay less than their foreign counterparts for needs big and small. All citizens are issued a grant upon joining to get themselves on their feet. And only UC citizens have the opportunity to purchase property, getting the chance to live in one of the most beautiful cities in the settled systems.
Oh, damn.
By joining the Vanguard today, you too can begin earning your place here, in the heart of galactic civilization, as a citizen of the United Colonies.
This last set of panels gave massive Starship Trooper energy. And we all know what a bunch of fascies they are. Why is that the only way to get UC citizenship? Like, you don't have a citizenship test or anything? You can only become a citizen by serving in the military? Right. You have to go through the meat grinder first. You have to be propaganda poisoned. You can't have ideas of your own. Then you have to go and fight and prove that the propaganda has worked. And only then, only once they're convinced you are brainwashed enough.
I've spent a fair bit of time in simulators just like these. They're startlingly realistic.
Can you become a citizen? That's another reason why I choose to believe that the three who were charged and executed for the war were absolutely scapegoats. Hi.
Ah, you must be our new applicant. I'm Proctor Samuelson. The simulator's already been prepped. You can head in whenever you're ready.
Can you tell me about this exam?
Of course. You'll be running through a high-realism combat flight simulation, engineered by members of the UC science staff, right here in Mast. Your task is to defeat at least 3 tiers of simulated opponents. Accomplish that, and you pass the exam, and can then proceed on to your probationary mission. However, if you defeat more than 3 tiers of enemies, your required enlistment time for citizenship will be reduced, and your enlistment bonus increased. But you're welcome to try as many times as you like before returning to Commander Tuala to proceed on to the next step in your application process. We'll only keep the highest score you manage to achieve in there.
Yeah, I think they are totally a horrors of bureaucracy type faction. Like, all the real stuff going behind the scenes is selfish and evil, but they paint a pretty picture, you know? Can you tell me about this exam? Got any advice on how to do well in there? All good.
All right, then.
Yeah, good. Let's go.
Where to now?
This is the Mark 18 Flight Simulation Chamber applicant, currently in orbit around a high-detail recreation of a remote world. When you're ready to begin, please take a seat in the pilot's chair.
I can imagine it being
as many
better,
tiers
but...
of opponents as you can before your ship is disabled. You must defeat at least 3 tiers of opponents to pass the exam. Good hunting, applicant.
the
Halting
fuck?
simulation. You've been defeated, applicant. You may initiate a reset of your current tier at the terminal inside the cockpit, or step outside and take a break.
You what, mate? Can I see the stats on your simulation ship, please? Because, that wasn't even... That wasn't even, like... Start current tier. We barely touched. We smelled each other, and I had my shields torn away and my hull destroyed. And they barely had a
Simulation
dent
reset.
in their
Prepare
shields.
for your first opponent.
I wasn't even close enough
New targets active.
to lock on. Back here, Jack. Like, look how little damage I'm doing. I guarantee this has to do with, like, the ship that the simulation spawns versus the fact that the simulation ship probably has a static set of stats.
Target defeated. All targets eliminated. Progress recorded. Tier 1 reached. Initiating Tier 2. New targets active.
Where's my scanner open? Thank you. Ooh, no missiles. No missiles.
Halting simulation. You've been defeated, applicant. You may initiate a reset of your current tier at the terminal inside the cockpit, or step outside and take a break.
What was wrong with my power distribution? I guess I wasn't even looking, to be honest. All in on shields, all in on engines. There's nothing wrong with my power distribution. This is good. This is a good distribution. I just really wish I could see the stats of this, of the simulation boy.
Shutting down.
If you have 1 and 2 in engines, how do you get away from missiles?
We'll track your combat prowess, of course, but
What
also
kind of ship?
the simulator is designed to be a near-perfect replica of a Class B Deimos hoplite, the United Colony's standard destroyer model. It's been tuned to provide a challenging but fair fight against the enemy squadrons you'll encounter inside.
Told you.
Good hunting.
Told you. Class B Deimos
Captain on deck.
hoplite is shit. Up against level 58s? I'll prove it to you once we're done out in here, and I'll go to the demo Star Yards and show you.
Remains the same. Defeat as many tiers of
It
opponents
probably
as you
won't
can
even be
before
able
your
to
ship
be
is disabled.
purchased, to be honest.
Defeat 3 tiers of opponents to complete the exam. Good hunting, applicant.
Try the Makov method.
New targets active.
Whoa! Okay, what the hell happened? Controls.
Simulation. If you wish to continue, you may
I couldn't do
restart the
anything.
task from the system terminal.
Hey, Mad Paradigm, thank you so much for your 44 months of support. I have no idea what just happened there. No, not that the locking wasn't the problem. I don't know whether you noticed, but my controls just went out of whack. I was not in control just then.
Simulation reset.
Hey.
Prepare for your first opponent.
Why did you put so much in Grav? Stop it.
New targets active.
Nah, there's no way. There is no way. I'm sorry, but there is absolutely no way.
At least try to defeat us.
Micro, why do you keep saying boosting will remove missile locks? What am I not experiencing that you are, where you feel the need to tell me that boosting removes missile locks?
Simulation. If you wish to continue, you may restart the test from the system terminal.
Oh, I know that. I absolutely know that. I don't think you're seeing what I'm seeing, though. It's not the missile that is causing the problem. Because I don't know whether you noticed, but I need to put in a lot of lasers, fully boosted, mind you, because I'm following the advice of chat. And then on top of that, with the one where I successfully beat this guy the first time, I have to lay in like 4, 5, 6 missiles before they're defeated. Meanwhile, that dude lays in about, oh, I don't know, 10 laser shots and 1 missile, and my hull is already down. I don't see that you are seeing what I'm seeing. So here's what I'm gonna do, okay? Because I need you to understand something.
Simulation reset.
I am
Prepare for
going
your
to
first
do
opponent.
absolutely nothing. And the reason why I'm going to do absolutely nothing is because I want you to see just how much damage it does in a very, very short amount of time. Okay? Shield's already gone.
Halting simulation.
My
If you
hull
wish to
was down
continue,
before the
you
missile
may
even
restart
hit
the
me.
test from the system terminal. If you wish to take a break, you may exit the simulation through
The missile
ship's
had not
hatch.
even hit me yet. and I was already down. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, they aren't keeping the simulation ship in line with the level. Have I considered boosting though? Okay. You know what? I know it's a meme at this point. But I'll give it to you. Alright? You ready? Are you ready?
Simulation reset.
I'm gonna blow
Prepare for your first opponent.
your mind.
New targets active.
I boosted. Alright. We've boosted. I'm already out of shield. I'm using missiles against them. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I'm having to switch to ballistic because I can't get them down enough. They tried locking on, they were unable to. So I didn't have to boost. We now have hull on them. They're turning around and I'm defeated.
If you wish to continue, you may restart the test from the system terminal.
Have I tried boosting to break missile lock? Yes. As you can see from the Tier 1 simulated ship, they have 29 power, 643 hull, 704 shield, 810 shield. They're doing 36 laser per shot, 22 missile, so their missiles are actually weaker than their lasers, and 101 ballistic. $101 ballistic. Listen, it's fine, Mad Paradigm. Shell and Makod can be as memey as they want to be, because I have literally proved my innocence. If you can bust through the shield and target lock... Makod, I need you to pay attention to how much damage my lasers and ballistic were doing to the shield without the help of my missiles, and then how little damage with missiles I was doing to the hull. Shell's got it. If you did this first loop, it would be easy. Have fun with this first. You know how I'm going to do it? It's going to be easy. It's going to be very easy to deal with this. And how I'm going to deal with that is by setting the difficulty to very easy. We'll do normal space stuff on very hard. I just won't do the simulation where I can't have control over my ship. See you, Static. Sleep tight.
Simulation reset. Prepare for your first opponent.
Their ship is probably pretty weak for level 58, but my ship is just trash. Look how much effort it requires on very easy.
All targets eliminated. Progress recorded.
I am
Tier
vindicated.
1 reached. Initiating Tier 2.
This time, make sure to boost. Roger that, Shell.
New targets active.
You will regret that.
Scanner. Where the hell are you at?
Engine failure detected.
All targets eliminated.
Watch out, the missiles know where they are.
Tier 2 reached. Initiating Tier 3.
I've changed to
New
Macon
targets
mode.
active.
So we're even more super rare.
Engines offline.
I was too eager with my lock on then.
Target defeated.
All targets eliminated. Progress
Missiles
recorded.
have
Tier
precognition.
3 reached.
Congratulations, applicant. You've defeated sufficient opponents to pass the exam. You may now exit the simulator through the hatch to record your current score, or stay and try your hand at the remaining tiers.
Have I tried winning? Ooh. No, I haven't. You know what? I think you just caught me out in a lie. I haven't tried winning.
Resuming the examination.
New targets active.
No.
You'll have to try harder than that.
All targets eliminated. Progress recorded. Tier 4 reached. Initiating Tier 5.
Yeah, and that's a really easy calculation too. Like, even a baby could do that calculation.
New targets active.
No.
Insufficient.
No boost left.
Full
Sorry.
simulation. You have passed, applicant. You may proceed to the exit hatch to log your results, or restart the exam from the
I could
simulation's
only do
control
tier
terminal.
4 on very easy. I'm so sorry. It was definitely my fault. I have to get better at space combat. You know, just straight up.
Shut it down.
Fun fact, though. Yes.
Congratulations, applicant. You've passed.
Right.
You can head up to Commander Tuwala to receive
See you,
your
Mad
final
Paradigm. Have a good
results
sleep.
and your probationary assignment. Or you're welcome to take another run at the simulation if you'd like to try and earn a better score. We'll only keep your best run.
No, I'm good. Thank you. The Kobayashi Maru scenario. Man, if only I remembered my track. Because I know what you're referencing, but I can't remember the content of the reference. I feel like a bad Trekkie. Had something to do with dropping the reactor or something? I can't remember.
Well, look who's back. Everything go all right with the exam?
I wrapped up
Did
my
you have some
piloting
questions
exam
you
and they
needed
told me to
answered
come back here.
first? Ah, so these are your numbers that just came through then. You ready to hear how you did?
No. I'm ready.
Then let's get to them. So, looking at the data, hit every mural in the orientation hall, huh? A test of preparation and thoroughness. To trace the Vanguard values highly. Your physiological results are, that's odd. System couldn't get a read on you. You get your kicks flying too close to stars? Because you're putting out some interesting radiation. Don't worry though, it's not going to affect your score.
Oh,
It's just,
okay, that's good. That's so weird
different is all.
though.
But where were we? Now, how'd you do against your foes?
I'm radioactive? I
Tier
should go to
4. Not too
Reliant Medical
shabby.
and get that checked out, huh?
The techs make us test each level of the sim too. I can tell you that wave are some real artificial bastards. Good job putting them away.
Hell of a job. I might even let you fly me around sometime.
So then, looking at your results as a whole, and presuming you're successful in completing your probationary mission, you could have your UC citizenship after only 10 years service. Pretty standard for combat assignments. But your performance in the simulator does mean I can offer a signing bonus. Help convince you to join the cause.
10 years might seem like a long time, but it's worth the climb if you wish to become a citizen.
So, sounds to me like we've got Vanguard material on our hands. If you're interested, we could bring you on as a provisional member today. Get you the credits you've earned, then send you out on your probationary mission. First though, all UC service people, provisional or otherwise, are required to swear an oath. So, you want to make this official? Commit yourself to the cause of the colonies?
Listen, I'm
It's a
okay
big
with being
decision.
average.
John, you're not about to have my compatriot here sign some kind of contract that sells you their grandmother 5 years down the line, are you?
Officer's honor, Sarah. This is honest work for honest credits. So, you ready to do the deed?
I am.
Fantastic. Then just follow me.
The notional goal of the exercise is to rescue the civilian spaceship Kobayashi Maru, which is damaged and stranded in dangerous territory. The cadet being evaluated must decide whether to attempt to rescue the Kobayashi Maru, endangering their ship and crew, or leave the Kobayashi Maru to a certain destruction. If the cadet chooses to attempt a rescue, an insurmountable enemy force attacks their vessel. Is that the, I want to say satellite floating out in the test area? That I literally always ignore. Kirk only wins because he hacks the cons. Ah, that's where the console hacking comes from. You get through like 100 tiers and they're like, 10 seconds of service are required. They should have put a cap on this or something. Totally.
Wouldn't be right doing this where we couldn't see the stars.
Yeah, dude.
Now, raise your right hand.
My right hand is raised. I'm
The
ready to
motto
be
of
a
the Vanguard
fash.
is Supra et Ultra. Above and beyond.
Super Edge Ultra.
That is where we serve. Beyond the furthest reaches of the United Colonies military, and with honor and duty above reproach. Do you swear to protect and defend the citizens of the United Colonies to the best of your abilities?
Yeah, dude.
And to uphold the values of the Vanguard. Honor, loyalty, self-reliance in all your actions as a member of the United Colonies Navy?
Yeah, dude. I do. Let's get
Then
married.
let me be the first to officially welcome you to the United Colonies Vanguard. Now, only thing left is getting you that probationary mission. And what I've got is comms repair. Group trying to refurb an old colony war processing plant on Tau Ceti 2. Sounds like they'd barely gotten set up when their communications died. Place is as isolated as they come. So Brass wants a Vanguard to deliver the repair suite and ensure anyone present is safe and secure.
Yes, sir.
So, can the people of Tau Ceti 2 count on you?
Yeah, you mentioned you were going to be a roadie. You swear to protect the citizens of the United Colonies, which are exclusively members of the military, because nobody outside the military gets to be a citizen, right? Let's do this.
That's the spirit. Head down to the spaceport and talk to Crew Chief Harath. He'll get you the repair suite plus your new recruit kit.
Repair suite?
Oh, and your advance. Give it your all out there. Supra et Ultra.
Supra et Ultra. Brother, let's go. I'm gonna be cheeky. Boop.
I have a feeling today's going to be a great day. Don't you agree?
Plus Ultra. Nice. Back
As
to
the hero of Vectera, you need your own comic book, your own cartoon.
dude, why aren't you on the ship? Get on the ship.
Doing okay? I know it's been a rough.
Is there like a year 23XX and Latin is still kicking her? Right? So weird. And also the temples are named using Latin numbers, Latin alphabet. Wait, where is this dude? Oh, over in the other starport.
Hey, you! You have a minute?
For anyone.
I need to talk to you.
Yeah, Tommy, what's up?
You're the one that
Wait,
was on
I don't know
Vectera,
your name.
right? You flew in on the, Frontier.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's right.
I knew it. Tommy Bitlow, SSNN research intern. Word is the Frontier was involved in an attack? It's true, right?
At Crimson
You saw
Fleet
some
Ghost
real
is
action?
totally the Frontier. Good people died and are injured.
Oh, I'm so sorry, but you're the first source I've ever met. This is great, great. My boss, Nadia Mufaz, would kill to talk to you. An actual eyewitness. There's credits in it for credible, newsworthy information.
I mean, how bad could the SSNN be? Surely they are, you know, an honorable news network. Who is Nadia Mufaz?
Everyone knows David Barron, the face and voice of SSNN, if you will. But Nadia is in charge of all the research. All the best stories were written by her. She's really something.
I'm only going to say yes because I want to do all the quests. So...
And easy money, too. Just go to the SSNN building. It's not far. Keep it up, Tommy. You're killing it.
You talking to yourself?
You could put them in the home.
Right.
Send them to some backwater planet with a Roman numeral at the end.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. You want me to fly this bad boy, huh? Oh no, you want me to talk to the dude below this bad boy.
Shocked she managed to limp back here at all. Pull it for leeches, get it fixed up, and let her know we'll have it ready as soon as we can.
Yes, sir.
Sultry ass udders or something, yeah. Yeah, no, I do remember Super et Ultra.
Ah, you are new
I
probationary.
normally don't
then?
remember the
Crew chief
stuff
Tarat.
that
Pleasure to be working with you.
useless, but
It's
here we
my
are.
job to make sure all you rocket jockeys are ready for anything that comes at you up there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Manifest says we're fitting you out with one comms repair suite.
Comms repair suite.
In addition to the standard issue welcome kit all probationary pilots
Welcome
get for their
kit.
first mission. Med packs, some small arms, couple spare ship parts,
Ship
all
parts.
the essentials in case of any surprises up there. My
Up
people
there.
will have everything on your ship before you lift off. Won't even know they were there. So, paying a visit to the people of scenic Tau Ceti 2.
Sure.
Nice easy one for your first job. Just keep your head on swivel and you'll come home safe.
Got it.
Any questions before you head out?
What exactly are you putting on my ship?
Nothing too dangerous, if that's your concern. The repair suite's mostly just wiring and circuit boards. The welcome kit has some goodies in there I wouldn't leave sitting around when company comes to visit.
No.
But it's nothing some proper storage can't make safe.
Anything you can tell me about Tau City 2?
I honestly didn't realize it had people living on it until we got your rec order. Report they gave us seemed clean. No known hostile outposts. But I wouldn't say that's permission to let your guard down. Just watch out for wildlife.
Yeah, good
and
to see that the
pirates. Keep those
United
medpacks handy and you'll
colonies
be fine.
can't keep track of the colonies that are out there.
Then I won't keep you. Make us look good out there, recruit.
But you know, it's none of my business. I'm just a grunt. Like it's that dude's job to keep track of the ships and where they're going. You would think he would have a pretty good idea of navigation and where places are out in the systems. Like, also get higher ranks if you beat higher tiers. If you're not a citizen of the UC, that means you don't have to pay taxes to them, right? I would assume so. Tax-free. Let's go.
Good day, Captain.
Good day, Vasco. Oh, you're such a good boy, Vasco. I love you very much. You know what? I've actually not looked at the stats of my Ghost. It has terrible lasers and decent missiles. We should change that before we leave, even. Wow, those lasers were bad.
Need some work done?
Hello. Yes.
Anything I can help you with?
I'd like to view and modify my
Okay,
ships.
no problem.
I was gonna say I could use the Frontier. I do technically own it. No, we'll use the Ghost. I like the Ghost better. I mean, I could use this. 150 damage on those torpedoes. No, we are incognito. Upgrade ship. So why do your lasers suck so bad? Where are the end of the Class A's? The Class A's end where? I can't tell. That's true. You know what? I actually have particle beam skills, so yeah, we'll replace you with particle beams. How do I know if it's particle beam or not? Electron beam? That sounds... Proton beam? Might want to upgrade the engine to class... Yeah, we'll do a general upgrade, but I'm just looking at the weapons right now. Oh, I see. So particle beams are evenly split between both hull and shield. Got it. Why are you so much more expensive than this? Just the fire rate? Well, yeah, okay. It's twice the fire rate for like 2/3 the damage. No, I get it. And you? You're beefy. But my mobility goes down. Yeah, right, because we'd need to... That's fine. How did you know it was automatic? From the fire rate. No, we'll take the proton beam. Thank you. Okay, engines. Yes, we can upgrade them. I don't mind spending all my money either. How's that for mass? Not much worse. Grab drive. Can. Okay. Yep, it's most of my money, but I'm happy with that. Oh, damn it. Hang on. Builder. Edit. No. Going back to mouse and keyboard. Add. Structural. Just plug something on somewhere. Something small. Something teeny tiny. Those are definitely not teeny tiny. A porthole! A 4 porthole. Can we put you anywhere? Certainly can't. Flip. Back of anything. No. Change? What about a porthole that goes on the side? Do those exist? Don't seem to. Demos radiator? Oh, port instant. Yeah, right. Okay. Port. Porthole port. Right. Right there. Thank you. Thank you very much. One warning. What? Light check. Oh. Yeah, no, it's fine. I hate how it complains if you don't have all 3 weapons. Like, sometimes just having 2 weapons is better. If you hover the connection, you need specific things for that connection. This is excellent tech, thank you. I still haven't got right into shipbuilding yet, so good to know. You like having a ton of windows on, Jerry? You like the weapons? The windows? Weapons too, but mostly windows. Good job, Jerry. You can see all the weapon fire from the windows. Eh? They go hand in hand. Yeah, that's a nice cockpit. It's a little... I mean, that bar over the top is kind of obstructive, but otherwise it's nice. Gimme. Thanks. Yeah, I have 2 in missiles and 1 in particle beams, so. Power up the particle beams! I need a bit of... I should have saved some money. My particle beams are better than my missiles. And they affect both, so... I forgot the reactor. LOL. Make contact with the settlers on Tau City 2. Yeah. Ship's point of view and the character's point of view are separate. Oh. Oh, right, grab drive. The more power you give your particle beams, the faster their rate of fire. Ooh. That has a nice cadence. Bop, 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 bop.
Your grav jumps are as majestic as a ballet.
Yeah. Yes, they are.
Ta-da! We've arrived!
Dude, I am totally gonna space you.
Hello, Captain.
Well, we probably shouldn't need the gun for this part of it. Don't want to seem hostile. It's a chonk ship. Very harsh angles. Oh, dead bodies. Never mind.
Don't leave any of that behind.
Thank you, Sarah. Glad to see you support my looting habit.
An abandoned meat packing facility built on the fringes of the settled systems. I wonder what happened here.
Yeah.
Something's been through here recently, but left everything in place.
Well, I saw claw marks, so I suspect a Terramorph. I always use a spacesuit. I only wear the spacesuit if I need to. Ah, shell. There is a thing that, for some reason, including myself, I didn't see this until I watched a video. Show spacesuit in settlements. You will automatically take it off if you go somewhere where it has breathable atmosphere. Well, take it off. You're still technically wearing it, so you get all your armor and stuff, but it's totally a thing. Vanilla. Completely vanilla.
Either I got hit harder than I
What's
thought,
crazy is just how many of us miss it.
incredible timing. Regardless, I think it knows you're here. I'll unlock the door. Second floor, main building. But be quiet.
Alright, I will be quiet. I am no good at stealth. I will turn off my light. Why isn't that the... right? Why isn't that the default? Probably so the Ryujin director can embarrass you. Because seriously, if you go into the Ryujin director's office and sit down in your spacesuit, she's like, you know, corporations are pretty toxic, but they're not that bad. Come in, Sarah. I need to close that door. All the way in. Thank you very much. Hi.
So what do we got here?
You have
Too clean to
awesome
be one of the
eyes.
settlers. Or a pirate. You see on patrol, maybe? Yeah, make my day if you said you were a shock trooper out for a stroll.
Actually, the Vanguard sent me. Thought they failed to mention how bad things were.
Vanguard, huh?
Though they
Yeah,
managed.
I expect they didn't. I'm Hadrian. I was a researcher.
Wearing a hazmat suit under your spacesuit for that
I
meeting.
came here on a rumor of a... Well, I expect you saw the results on your way in. What's left of the settlers? The work of Oxysio Machina. A terramorph.
Yep, I knew it.
One of the nastiest aliens humanity's ever crossed paths with. And this one, well, it's something of an anomaly. Possibly a worrying one.
I can't believe that a terramorph did all this damage. I mean, I've heard the stories, but to see the decimation firsthand.
I guarantee the xenomorphs are 100% man-made. They are not natural aliens. Because otherwise they would have a home planet. And they don't. Sippy, thank you, Cleok. So you remember that unicorn mag sniper you got? Yeah, it didn't do squat here to that terramorph. Stealth Archer failed. Yeah, we'll see how I do. I mean, I am still kitted out for the cutter if the pistols don't work out. And if things get too terrible...
You all right in there?
Sorry, I'm talking to voices in my head. And if things get too terrible, they can break out the spaceborne powers. Terramorph? What's that?
Other than a remorseless killing machine.
Among apex predators, they're the pinnacle. Resilient, agile, smart, and their mental prowess only increases with age. Some can even dominate the minds of weaker species, keeping them as pets, livestock, or toys.
Yeah, that sounds man-made to me.
They're creatures without peer.
What kind of anomaly are we talking about here?
Terramorphs have a unique growth cycle. They're usually only found on worlds that have been long colonized by humanity.
It's all adding up.
But Tao said he's too young to have one. Yet, here it is. I came looking for an explanation and found all this.
Yeah, well, Rose is built like Ripley, so Terramorphs can live on airless moons. Oh, I know. I went to a solar farm while looking for a spaceship to steal for this very character, and was immediately chased out by a Terramorph. Sounds like you could use my help then.
I sure could. Because to confirm my suspicions about this creature, I'm gonna need a tissue sample from it. And to get that, I need its corpse.
Terramorphs only show up where long-settled humans have been.
Against this thing.
Mm-hmm.
The plant's security system. The admin terminal's here in this building, but it needs its connection reset.
Ripley,
And
have you
as I
seen?
found out, that's not a one-person job.
Her?
But if you can make it to the security outpost,
Why can't I remember the actor's name? Well, I can't remember names in general.
I can get things back online. See if the settlers left us any other tools.
What can you tell me about the security system?
The settlers outfitted most of the buildings with turrets at some point. Not sure how many are still operable, but at least a few appeared to be in fighting shape. There were also some sensors scattered around the facility that I didn't recognize. But those are honestly all just educated guesses until we get the connection reset.
Yeah. Where can I find the security
outpost? It's the building in the middle of the facility. The terminal in there should allow you to grant me access to the system as a whole. Then we can see about getting things back online.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go get it back online now.
Once I see the
Sigourney
connection
Weaver, thank
reset, I'll get things underway on my end.
I am rippling with muscular mass, but what I'm saying is, you look at Sigourney Weaver. She is also ripped in those movies. She is very well physiqued. This way to stay away from a Terramorph is up. They can jump really high. Okay, well I haven't been told to touch a power breaker yet, so I'm not gonna. What I will do is do what I was told. Can I get in from the roof? Sort of. Oh yeah, no, she's... Yeah, that's true. She's natty. She's not on the gear. This character is definitely taking steroids. Ooh, Old Earth Flip later. Yeah, but before we do that...
If you're searching them, make it quick.
Yeah. Al Gourmet Livestock. Ooh, coffee mug. Garrett. Last night you got your first power. Nice. So you finished Into the Unknown. Congratulations. You have unlocked dragons. Error reset required. Build logs Tau Gourmet. Build 02. Okay, I think we're finally ready to give this a real test. Frequency needs to be calibrated to the size of the stock, though. So we'll need to get some general measurements of the creatures once they arrive. Oh no. But if this works, it could mean a new era in open range farming. We'll be able to function without fences. True free range. We're going to make so much damn money. Everyone's finally got their hearing back, so I think we can go for test number 2. Okay, before I read any more. The Terramorph got here because it was in the cargo with this delivery that they're talking about. Because you didn't have any working boost pack, you thought maybe it'd reduce your gravity, so you tried using it to get down from the top of the structure. Oh no! Placed the power on the ground and jumped into it and broke your legs. Yep. No confirmation or denial, please. Initial hopes for the range and distance might have been a bit ambitious, but we'll at least got the fundamentals down. Turn on the system. The signal beam directly into your personal radio, letting you know the location of nearby critters. Next up, improving how many animals we can track at once and how far we can track them. Okay, let's go reset the system. Automated defenses. Damaged. Reset all power breakers. Okay. Reset the security connection. Lead to the control room. Right.
Connection restored. I'll make this quick. Plant's turrets took a beating, but I should be able to get you a couple of kill lanes. Just get the thing to chase you down the alleys between the buildings, and you'll lead it right into a crossfire. Hello. I wish I'd found this earlier. Those sensors around the facility? Part of a livestock tracking system. Should let you keep tabs on how close the Terramorph is. But it's not connected to this network. There should be a terminal in the adjoining room. Tune it to 183.5.
183.5, got it. It does work on enemies here. You've actually seen me use it quite a lot. System status, turn on tracking system. Yeah. Tuning required. 183.5. Nice. Give it away, Todd.
Tracker's reading green. And what's that sound?
The security lockdown is active.
Shit. Stop. Stop whatever you're doing and get in cover. It's on the move.
Sure is. That's not it. That is it, though. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby.
I wouldn't engage directly if you could avoid it. The kill lanes. They're set up but need power. There's breakers on each of the buildings you can throw to get them live. Once they're online, lead the Terramorph towards the lights and watch the fireworks. Give it hell, Vanguard.
I like how they've set this up as a weird recreation of Aliens 1. Thank you, Sarah, for reopening that door. Oh, I'm not a pugilist anymore, Mobius. Bethesda fucked that one up. You... No. No. Oh, I see. Sarah, don't you dare start attacking that thing. Level 58 Terramorph. Good God. Oh no?
Additional power required.
Additional power required. You what, mate? I missed that one, apparently. How about the one over by security, but that looked spooky, so we're gonna do the others first. Oh no, it's over here.
Seeing a meat packing facility from the inside is starting to make me feel like I should switch to becoming a vegetarian.
Weapon group activated. Stand clear.
Oh, I don't want to. Not near me, so... as quick as I possibly can.
Power input required.
As quick as I possibly can.
Local defenses restored.
Okay. 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 Ah, yes, Bethesda, at its best. I know you can jump. I know you can jump. Come on. Come on, buddy. I just need you to jump. You can do it. Terrify me. Please. Oh, he yelling. Hey, you rainbow tickety.
Score another point for us. It's a miracle we were able to bring that thing down.
It's times like these I wish I had a face cam. Because my objective disappointment is written. Adhesive, woohoo! It's true. Be right with you. I'm just gonna loot the entire facility.
Might as well take what we can.
Alright, Sarah, we might as well. I'm sorry, Makod. I know that you were probably hoping for that thing to really terrify me and give me a run, but I'm just as disappointed as you, bud. Damn you, Comcast. All you need to know, Makod, is it died pathetically. I let the lasers kill it while I stood up on that block. And, as a result, I am disappointed. Viral, you say? Routinely annoying.
Seeing a meat packing facility from the inside is starting to make me feel like I should switch to becoming a vegetarian.
Sarah, do I need to get the mod that reduces the amount of times that you're allowed to say things? Because I heard you the first time. I thought you didn't have the opportunity to swap nets in America land. I thought you were stuck with who you had because of weird company monopoly stuff. We made Kerbal Space Program into a first-person open galaxy RPG. No, you shouldn't make that joke, I am Mobius, because Kerbal Space Program 2 is already a joke all by itself. Ooh, snap! Country is running fiber through the whole thing. I have at least 5 options. Oh wow! Wait, my God, are you not in America? I mean, KSP is as good as it ever was, but KSP 2, on the other hand. KSP 2 is a horrible disaster. So Big Boy was hanging out over here. Does Big Boy have like a stash of gore or something? Oh, KSP 1 won't get deleted because the Unity paper install stuff. Yeah, like there's absolutely nothing wrong with KSP 1. I reckon you didn't even need KSP 2. And most people, I think, are kind of in that same boat. Oh, Unity is it confirmed that they've fully backtracked? Everyone is safe. It's like I am definitely out of shoot juice. I went into this without buying myself more ammo, like a goober. Yeah, like, the trust is broken with Unity, right? They're kind of screwed. I wonder what the future of Unity will look like, in fact. And if you were hoping to sell Unreal Engine to others, Unity, there you did a good job. Alright, I'm done looting the place. What's up? Wait, hang on. One moment. Okay, now I'm done looting the place.
Trekker's gone quiet. I suspect it's either hiding or... Wait. You did it, didn't you? Heavens above! You just flatlined a terramorph!
You is a strong word. I did very little. I don't want to say any of these. All taken care of, I guess, is the least, is the most neutral.
No big deal. You didn't happen to grab me a tissue sample, did you?
I did.
All right. I spotted a microscope downstairs. Let's see if we can't get to the bottom of this.
Ooh, back to my controller so that I can follow her at a normal speed. Oh my god. She's still faster and or slower. But at least it's not as jarring as me, like, pulsing the keyboard. Saying this by a team had to leak a new project that's been 2+ years in dev to make public statement that ended with, "We have never made a public statement, this is how badly you fucked up." Yeah.
Older model. Alright, let's see what you can do. Running basic diagnostics? Nothing. Maybe a flag scan? No. Spectrograph.
You view Unreal with a possibly unhealthy dose of suspicion. No, I think that's healthy.
It's not set up to do a proper analysis of our sample. But this terramorph being here, of all places, it doesn't make sense. Humanity's spread plenty of creatures in our travels across the stars. Pets, livestock, pests. But terramorphs? They're different. To our knowledge, no one's ever spread them intentionally. Yet somehow, they follow us. So when humans settle a world, 70 to 100 years later, terramorphs tend to just appear. No one knows how or why. Dangerous, but at least predictable. Talseti, though, it's too young to have a native population. It's only been colonized 20 years? But then the other option, that someone captured one of the deadliest predators in the galaxy just to wipe out some settlers minding their own business? That seems awfully implausible. Which means we're either looking at a truly strange murder or a faster type of terramorph growth, the results of which could be catastrophic.
It's completely
Terramorph
benign.
outbreaks have taken down far bigger colonies than this one.
I guarantee it's totally benign, the explanation for this.
I mean, there has to be. We just have to find it. Time was, I had access to one of the best repositories of terramorph research in the galaxy. Seems a natural place to start looking, if I can figure how to access it. But we also need to get this sample properly analyzed, get confirmation on just how concerned we should be. Luckily, I think I know just the person to help with the sample. What would you say to delivering this to him for me? I'd do it myself, but I need to call in some favors. See if I can't get access to that terramorph data. Plus, maybe just pop by a hospital for a little bit.
Yeah, it's
Clear
a good
with
idea.
your commander first if you have to. You can even show them this. My gene tag. Tell them Hadrian Sinan is worried there could be more attacks on the horizon. They should recognize the name.
I don't even know who my commanding officer is. Yeah, I'll make sure my commander agrees.
You don't understand what a weight off my shoulders that is. I need Dr. Percival Walker to put together a sample analysis for this thing. Full workup. He'll know what that means. I'm not sure exactly where to find him, but last I heard he was contracting with the Trade Authority on Mars. There's a place called the Sixth Circle in Sidonia. Bar run by some old friends. I'll meet you and Percival there.
Sure thing.
And here. It's not a lot, but you've definitely earned it. Should cover the cost of fuel to Mars at least. Now please, go check in with your commander. We need to know what we're dealing with.
Well, I mean, the thing with the Unreal Engine is, quite simply, it's an Epic product. And Epic is now owned by Tencent. So if you have skepticism about it, you're completely justified in having that skepticism. On top of that, Epic, the company, is basically erasing its history of why the Unreal Engine was created in the first place. They've completely taken down the ability to buy Unreal in all its forms, basically. I think you might still be able to get Unreal Gold, but you can't get Unreal Tournament or 2003 or 2006. Like, why? Nobody knows, and they've never made a statement on it. But something's going on conspiratorially where they feel the need to separate themselves from their heritage, basically.
An abandoned meat-packing facility built on the fringes of the settled systems.
Yeah, that's the third time you've said this.
Here.
And we know what's happened here. Terramorph attacked.
Captain, where are we headed next?
We are going to go tell our commander, whatever that means. I don't know who my commander is. Sounds like the shut up mod is needed. Yeah, totally. Or at least for the AI to track whatever the hell it's already said. Just had a ship you were boarding enter orbit. I didn't know this could happen, but entering the cockpit and seeing that I'm in orbit now is something. Yeah. So that happened with the ship that I'm in right now. When I took it over, we launched into space while I was boarding it. It was super cool. Talk to Nadia Mufaz, investigate the brownouts, return to Commander Tule. Oh, he is a commander. My apologies, I didn't even notice he was a commander. How rude is that? Like, listen, Unreal is what it is, and the deal for the Unreal Engine is quite nice. It's not... I mean, there is a reason why people were using Unity over Unreal, but... I mean, had I wanted to make a game, I would totally go for the Unreal deal. Thank you for the reminder to refill ammo juice. I really appreciate that. Commander Tuala. What was his first name? John? John. Yep.
Look who's back. All set with that probationary mission? We can do your debrief and formally welcome you into the Vanguard whenever you're ready.
Well, there's a bit of a problem. I need your permission to deliver Terramorph tissue to Mars.
A terror? What? How did you walk away with the Terramorph tissue sample running comms repairs? What happened to the settlers?
Dead.
You killed a Terramorph on your first mission. if I could be frank for a moment, holy shit.
I
Above and
didn't
beyond
kill
doesn't
it.
really begin to describe it now, does it? Earned yourself some serious hazard pay on this one. But, if none of the settlers made it, who's got you delivering this sample?
The only survivor. Oh, okay, she wasn't... I didn't pick that up. Oops.
A researcher. Let me see that. Sanan. I know that name. Let me check the database.
A perpetual game maker license kicking around.
A lot of this data's been
Well, game
classified.
maker's just fine.
Here we
you know,
go.
especially these days.
Service record.
It's getting way more
Wow.
flexible.
That's a lot of commendations. Seems like she served with distinction as co-head of a UC Xenoweapons division.
Oh,
Faced
holy
tribunal
shit.
At the end of the colony war.
Oh, holy
Was dismissed
shit.
From duty. Guess that's why I'd heard the name before. If she's former Xeno warfare, though, well, we can at least be sure she knows her aliens.
Xeno warfare doesn't sound good.
I'm sure she doesn't list it at the top of her resume. But considering her service record and her area of expertise, I'm not seeing a reason to think this request is anything other than
I
genuine.
mean, there was a time,
Did your
not that
survivor,
long ago
Adrian,
really, where
she mentioned why she
everyone made
thinks the
their own
sample's so
engine for their
special?
games. It's really been quite a new phenomenon in the grand scheme of things that there has been universal engines. She's not sure what it means. She wants the Dr. Walker on Mars to analyze it. She's afraid there could be more attacks like that one. Yeah, that's...
She thinks there could be more of these? This has been one of the more surprising debriefs I've
Good
ever
for
been a
Game
part
Maker.
of.
They
I
deserve
did
a
actually
win.
have another mission lined up for you, supporting UC system defense against the Crimson Fleet. But now I guess you have two options on how to proceed. Head to the UC Vigilance and help out SysDef, or deliver that sample. I'll make sure you've got the proper clearances for either path. Consider these your first official orders. And here, so everyone knows you're working with the Vanguard. Welcome to the Navy, Captain. Vanguard's also got some custom ship modifications. You'll be cleared for access to them next time you're down at the spaceport. Talk to ship services.
Thank you.
Now, if there wasn't anything else, I suggest you move out.
Yeah. I am going to deliver the sample first because I feel like that's probably the most important. I'm going to find out that she was involved in the project that created the Terramorphs to begin with. Well, she's not 100 years old, so she can't be, like, part of the Foundation, but the ongoing research into the Terramorphs.
By the way, Captain, Sergeant Yumi was looking for you.
Oh.
Sounds like he's got more work.
Hell yeah, thank you. Also, you don't have to call me Captain. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, we're gonna find out that she was involved in, like, the UC's utilization of Terramorphs for use in the colony wars, and is thus responsible. And maybe it is a hit job. Maybe it is a hit job specifically on her, and she managed to survive.
Ever wonder
As
how
a sort of, like, poetic death kind of thing.
I'm afraid, due to recent legislative action, I'm no longer able to allocate ships. I can, however, deal in general goods.
Thank you.
Welcome to UC Distribution. Something I can do for you?
No, because I forgot to check
Right.
what ammo
Come
I
back.
needed. For you, I need 45. For you, I need 7.5.
If you need something
Okay.
else. Welcome to UC Distribution. Oh, well,
Sell. Weapons. That, and that. Okay, you don't have enough money. That's fine. Oh, you sell white hot, but you only have 11. Why are you so terrible? I'll go down to the actual, like, place in the well, I guess. No, I can go to Arsenal. Sure.
You're always welcome back, if you don't mind a bit of a wait.
I always go to this place thinking it's, you know, the place to come for weaponry, but thanks to Makod, I've since learned that Arsenal is where you should actually be going.
Just look at it. It took years.
Well, I'm gonna have to end the stream, folks, because we started late today. Soon. It is, not right now. Because we started late today, I'm running behind on things I need to do.
Ever run into spacers? Scumbags and scavengers.
Having a good one?
You need has cheeseburger too soon? Yeah. Yeah. I probably... Cheeseburger sounds real good, and I do have patties.
Just by walking through that door, you've shown you make good decisions.
Do I have buns? No,
I like that
but I can
about
run
you.
up the road and get some.
Welcome to Centurion Arsenal. It is my absolute pleasure to assist you with any purchases or questions you may have. All sales are final, but that won't matter because you will undoubtedly be pleased with your purchase.
I love your
You have my word.
confidence. You take this pretty seriously.
Is that a surprise? These are potentially matters of life and death we're talking about
That's
here.
very true. What would you recommend?
Well, that's not a simple question, is it? It all depends on who's asking. I have my own personal favorites, but I wouldn't presume to know yours. Tell me, were you to find yourself in the unfortunate position of needing to use a weapon, what suits you best? Something up close and personal? Rapid fire? Is precision a consideration?
Sort of. Yeah, I like to keep my distance when I can. I don't care as long as I'm still standing at the end. Oh, I was just asking. I like to keep my distance where I can.
Yes. Well, then personally, I would point you towards Combatech.
Okay. Okay.
I'm sure we can find something that suits you.
Combatech, stuff like the Beowulf. Is Combatech, yes. Guessed correctly. The AA99 is very cool. But it has some pretty nasty ammo requirements in terms of expensivity. Not a real word, but you know. Your ammo is actually what I'm after. I'm after your 45. 45 ACP. Ooh. Yes, please. And your 7.5. I will sell you advanced shoddy. Sell you the array and the caseless. The 27. The 15 by 25. Yeah. I'm gonna keep the light particle fuse because I would like a overlight if we can. Cat always hungry. Cat always breakfast. They already know about
The
it.
settled systems are sadly no stranger to terramorph attacks, but how and why they occur is barely understood. Colonial Health and Human Services will be holding a service for the relatives of the deceased, offering their sincerest condolences.
Yeah, very sincere.
The heart of the settled system.
Well, before we do anything else, and because we're on limited time, we're gonna go drop off the sample. Is that what we currently... Yep.
Then I realize my tank sprung a leak. I'm stuck. And the only place close enough to land.
Mum, can I have food now, please? Cats know 3 things, 4 things. Meow, clean, eat, sleep. 5 things. Meow, clean, eat, sleep, poop. And sleep is most of that. And then eat shortly after. Six things. I forgot zoomies. I did forget zoomies. You know, I'll stop off and talk to Yuri first as well. Because he's right there. For some reason, he is awake at 2 in the morning. Well,
Ah, if it isn't my favorite part-time security officer.
Hey, Yumi.
Crime has slowed down since you started helping out, which is good for morale.
I did one thing and it's helped with crime. Holy crap. I'm looking for work if you have any.
Yep. Something just came in. Scuffle over at the Dawn's Roost.
Oh, yeah?
Security on site handled it, but now one of them is saying the other guy stole his wedding ring. Problem is, he left without identifying the perp, so I need you to talk to Royce Elgin at the Dawn's Roost. See if you can fill in the gaps.
I can do that for you.
Report back here when the matter's resolved.
I have to make a quick delivery. Fortunately, it's using a grav drive, so it won't take long. What's Dawn's Roost?
A restaurant over in the residential
I do know it, yes.
Caters to a very fancy clientele. It's the kind of place where forks come in different sizes, depending on the food.
Yeah. Alright.
See you later.
See you, Yumi. Alright, let's make that delivery.
You don't need to wear your helmet on this planet. You know that, right?
Oh no. Oh no, Todd. Well, Shell isn't gonna like that. They still think you're wearing your spacesuit. Which makes sense, it is technically still equipped. But oh no. Jank.
Greetings, Captain. Suppose I have time for a nap before we leave?
No, not really.
Up, up, and away!
Right, where are we off to? are going to... Oh, yeah, right, Mars. Yes, that makes sense. We can two birds with one stone there, because we need to do the Constellation thing.
This is United Colony Space. Maintain current course while we scan for contraband.
Yes, ma'am.
Where are we going?
Scan complete.
What are we doing?
You're cleared to land.
What's next for me and you?
We're going to Sidonia. You have a bad cold and it's annoying? Yeah. Colds do be like that.
It is pleasant to see you.
You can't feel pleasure. That's a lie. What are these? Control consoles. Yep. Okay. Cargo links.
Leeches in the engine, leeches on the hull, multiple leeches in the grav drive. Of course, I would explain the brownout.
No, because he says he doesn't. You ask him about that sort of thing, he's like, nah. I cannot feel gratitude or pleasure or... He has no emotional...
The underground was a clever way of keeping the city shielded from the harsh Martian landscape.
Unless he's lying.
What do you mean there's no work? Make sure to get yourself
Yeah, do you have any idea how far we've traveled? How much money we spent to hitch a ride to this dusty red rock? We were told there were jobs.
Look, I get it. But we just filled our last openings. I think we have a couple contracts ending
If
at the end of
Vasco
next
had, like...
It's possible they may not extend them.
This is bullshit. I got a wife and kids at home. We can't wait almost 2 months for a job that may not even exist then.
Hey, I get it. But there's nothing I can do.
Hey,
it's out of
Barry.
my hands. You can take it up with corporate if you want. Sorry, but I have to get back to work.
Come on, forget it. Let's get out of here.
What was I saying?
Maybe it's not too late to catch a ride back home.
Install one. If Vasco had, like,
screw this
character quests, I would totally do them. But I don't think he does.
Careful near the railings on the upper levels.
Because he traveled with us almost exclusively on the first time round. And he never poked up or had any new
I
dialogue.
can't imagine being cramped down here, choking on the fumes and the dust.
Hey, Manaki.
No trees, no grass. It's depressing.
Thank you for chewing in my ear, Sarah. You are. Hello.
Invoices can be collected from the... Oh. Not here for a delivery.
Oh. So I'm just gonna wait for the shaking to stop. Told a man named Walker works here.
Worked. Past tense. Dr. Walker hasn't been employed here for some time now.
Oh.
A shame, too. We had such high hopes for Percival. I brought him on myself to do medical and biological consulting around the city. Not the sort of work the Trade Authority traditionally does. But we thought it had the potential to become a whole new type of revenue stream for our branch.
I understand.
I invested no small amount of personal capital into the endeavor. But then he decided to run off after a discipline issue. I presume the miners have him hidden somewhere. Plenty of cracks on this old rock. But at this point, it's probably for the best.
You sunk a bunch of money into him and didn't see a return on it. Yeah. Yeah.
Dr. Walker decided to start brewing and selling his own pharmaceuticals to our customers below cost. Something his contract expressly forbade. As such, we requested our cut of the profits and began garnishing his salary. Perhaps a little too severely, but well within legal limits. It was around then that he ran off, abandoning his duty and his unpaid accounts.
So you gave him a lab. Alright. Can't say I'm particularly interested in finding him.
That's correct. We're no longer interested in Dr. Walker's services. He did leave his post, however, with a sizable debt to his name. If you were to find him and get him to pay, the Trade Authority would be most grateful for it.
Oh, I loathe the Trade Authority. Is it absolutely necessary that we have to help them?
No, but... No, I'm pretending I have scruples this time round. I'm not your bill collector.
I couldn't have put that better myself.
Pity.
Perhaps a little advance on my part might pique your interest. Visit the Sixth Circle, a bar on the lowest level of the city.
It's literally
If someone in
where
Sidonia knows
what's
where
her name said
Percival
we should
is,
go.
You'll find them there.
Particle detonation concluded.
So-
It is now safe to resume normal activity.
P2, what does the P stand for? Planet 1 and Planet 2? Platform? Platform. It's gotta be platform.
Broken Spear's upstairs. Go drown yourself there. This bar's for Devil's vets and their kin.
Adrian Sandin sent me. I'm looking for a man named Walker.
Doc Walker? Well, you're barking up the wrong...
You've got the same eyes.
You. Why don't you come here and tell me what some stray wants with Walker? Not every
So do
day
you.
a stray topsider wanders into my bar claiming they know people. What do
And
you
there's
want
her in the
with
background.
Dr. Walker?
I'm an official Vanguard business. Is this like werewolves? We're talking werewolves here, except space werewolves. Making a delivery for Hadrian Sandin. Look, I even have proof she sent me.
That's so. Now, if that tag's a forgery, it's a damn good one. All right. Maybe she did send you. Or maybe you just know where to buy your fakes. But look, even if I decided I was going to help you get in contact with Dr. Walker, Percival made himself scarce for a reason. His debt to the Trade Authority.
Yes, I know.
But if someone resolved that debt, well, Percival wouldn't have to hide anymore. Can bet that person would make a friend out of Percival, and the rest of us devils. And I'm always inclined to help a friend.
You said that you and Percival were devils. What does that mean?
Red Devils were the meanest Marine unit the UC Navy ever had. Couldn't get in if you hadn't done at least one stint as a Martian Dusty. Made us tough. Reliable. That's why they chose us as the handlers for the UC Xeno weapons.
I think you are
No
Xeno
other unit
weapons.
could handle that pressure. Percival, though, he wasn't a
I'm not
grunt
saying
like
that
all of us.
Terramorphs are them. That is not
Science
what I'm
officer.
saying. What I'm saying
Made
is
sure the
they,
monsters behaved themselves
who are
around the
genetically
devils,
engineered,
and didn't with
worked
everyone else.
alongside
But it was
Terramorphs.
those monsters that did us in. When the colony war ended and the armistice came down, everything associated with Xeno weapons got shelved.
Including you.
Red Devils included.
Yup.
Now they're just a memory.
Because you are a Xeno weapon. You work with Xeno
Me?
weapons.
Nah. Infantry officer. But my grunts deployed alongside the things. Never seen anything like it. Before or since. Monsters from the darkest corners of the Black, rampaging across the battlefield. Can understand why they banned them. Brutal. Armistice hurt us more than most, but... wow. Wasn't all bad that came out of that agreement.
How would you suggest I go about clearing his name?
Well, most straightforward way to take care of this debt would be to just saunter up to the authority and pay him direct. If you've got credits to throw away.
I don't.
Of course, rumor is the Trade Authority keeps all their records and collections files on a central server inside their storeroom.
Well, I'm not good at stealth either.
If someone was to break in there and adjust Percival's debt to something a little more reasonable, say a few hundred credits, I'd be happy to cover the costs.
Making that adjustment would be illegal. I don't think this is a road we should travel.
Oh, you're such a wet blanket.
One friend of Hadrian's to another. Sidonia's full of old utility spaces. Wouldn't be surprised if there was one that let out right into the authority storeroom.
Yeah.
Say, with an entrance behind the bar at the Broken Spear.
Oh.
Ooh, and you might need these.
Thank you. See if I can get rid of that
I
debt.
look forward to hearing the good news.
By breaking, they mean unleash a terrible
You
building.
may be Hadrian's friend. Come here. Heard you talking with Lou, so you're going to help Dr. Walker?
Yeah. I'm gonna try to.
Oh, good, good. Percival's a good guy. Listen, I know how you can do it without having to resort to any B&E. Aqueous hematite. Mars is full of it. People think it's just garbage, but Percival and I, we've been working on some projects in the deep mines. At least when he wasn't slaving away at his trade authority contract. But we stumbled on a way to make it useful and profitable. You give our research over to Octai at the trade authority, it should more than cover Percival's debt. That guy's always looking for an angle.
You're a fucking plant. You know what he's been working on. Yeah, but I'm sorry, who are you?
Oh, I'm Cambridge. I was Percival's assistant. Well,
No, you
apprentice, really. Couldn't work in the mines anymore,
Well, maybe
so
you
he
were,
gave me a
but
job
you're
helping
ready
with
to
some of
turn
his
coat.
side projects. Knows experiments inside and out, and I know this one was gonna be big.
Assume there's a reason you haven't handed it over already?
Well, yeah. We were never able to finish the research. Spacers moved in and ran us out. Started setting up shop.
Oh dear. I believe I see where this is leading.
But if you can clear them out, I can walk you through how to finish the research. Then you can give it over to the trade authority. They'll get folks working in the deep mines again. Jobs come back, I become a modern-day folk hero. Then I don't have to sleep on an inflated spacesuit anymore.
Yeah, not
Up
interested.
to you. If you want to avoid a bounty on your head, you let me know.
No, I think you are
Deimos
the
Starfield
worst kind of
acknowledges
person.
the efforts of its citizens to make our city a happy and productive place to work.
The only other thing I could think of is we do what Cambridge wants us to do, but we don't sell the research, we just keep it on us. In the event of giving it over to Walker. But the thing is, I don't know whether I can trust Walker. Just because the devils seem to say he's a good guy doesn't mean he is. So I don't know whether that research is good or not.
Watch out for the robots. They're surprising.
So I'm gonna do some minor breaking and entering. Oh, hydrate. Just a touch of the old B&E. What's it be?
Hey.
I know the Deimos employees here on Mars think.
Hey, I'm just gonna go
What
this
they
way.
don't know is that I've
Fine.
saved this operation from being shut down.
Hey, dude.
Stay away from the Sixth Circle unless you're a minor. Or at least don't come crying to me if anything happens to you.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I don't think Walker can... From what we know of the whole situation, I don't think Walker is a trustworthy person. I think he is potentially a piece of shit, and the other devils don't know. It was you, right? Yeah. Okay, so you? No good. You? You?
I haven't seen a lock picked that easily since I traveled with Vladimir's soul.
I'm here to thief Walker. Festival. 200. Speak to the bar patron, collect credits from Lou, pay off the debt. I will pay off the debt, then I will talk to Lou. Garrett, can you please? Thank you. Because you're not going to close the door after you. Like a toddler. Just coming up the stairs to go to the Trade Authority, nothing weird. Hi, Monarchy.
How's it going? Can I help you? Yo, hey, what's up? You looking to do some shopping here at the Trade Authority? I'm Manaki. Feel free to ask me anything and I'll do my best to help you out.
I pay off... Nah.
Come back anytime.
It'll be with what's his name. Hey, bud.
Was there something else?
Yeah, I'd like to pay off his debt.
Do you now? Very well. Let me take a look at his... that's not the number I remember. Headquarters must have felt sorry for the old man. Here, his current balance. I expect this won't be a great hardship for you.
Yeah, no.
Then I suppose that's that then. Dr. Walker's debt is officially no longer a problem.
Roger
You
that.
have my thanks. Oh, and if you do find him, please let Percival know I'm eagerly looking forward to never working with him again.
How many beer? It was beers? Oh,
Be careful down
right.
near the mines.
Our method
and
of
enter any active sites at your own risk.
our method of assessing value, like 4 beers, I think. Hey, Lou.
Yeah?
I did get the ammo juice, yeah. I took care of Percival's debt to the Trade Authority.
Did you now? Fine work. My end of the bargain then, I suppose.
Please?
He's holed up in the old Red Devil's HQ. Place was sealed up tight after the UC shuttered our unit. But we snuck him in the back entrance through the deep mines.
The deep mines?
Good you're going in there, actually. Bunch of spacers moved in, not long after we got Percival set up.
Right.
Don't expect he'd run out before they got taken care of. But I'm sure he'll appreciate not having to find out if I left him with enough rations. Here, the passkey. And I'll let him know there's someone he owes one hell of a thank you on their way down.
Yeah, no worries. You have anything to say about it?
Not a lot of folks would have stuck their necks out for a stranger like that.
Yeah. where is this place that we're going? It's still in Sidonia. If I gave the research to Walker, or if I gave the research to the trade authority.
Orange, everything's red. Just
You get a copy.
Aren't anything special, but plenty.
Let me guess, it's the drug that makes their eyes go like that. Well, no. You said it was new research, so that, yeah. It wouldn't have made much sense. Am I going the right way? Royce? Oh yeah, of course. I am going the right way. The right way is way over there. Okay, sure. We'll do this, and I think that'll be a good time to wrap up. I'm so used to the balanced pack that the Starborn gear has. This feels so crap. Sarah, are you with me? Yeah. We have spaces. We have spaces on the outside. We do. Oh my god. Should have stopped moving before I shot. Alas.
Oh well, I guess they're gone.
Pull your lasers here. level 95. Holy. Holy. What? You have a bridger, don't you? Or a negotiator. I'm not sure which. I'm not allowed to use starborn powers yet. Pick up any grenades? Did.
Cold never hurt anyone, right?
Is the wrong button.
Give me some cover!
That's nothing!
On me! Move back!
Oh, that is not what I meant to do. Oh, that chem was so worth it. God damn it. Oh my god. Please. Spacer myth. Oh, well, I have a goddamn bridger. Wowee! I like being high level.
Everyone, fall back!
You get some crazy enemies. Well, you also have a bridger. Oh. Well, well, well. Well, 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 well.
Come on!
Oh. Whoa-wee wah-wah.
You're already dead. Oh god.
You're not taking me out!
Ooh.
Bring it on!
Sarah's over there, huh? God damn it, she noticed. I was hoping she would not notice, but she noticed. I am absolutely gonna kill it. I just need to get a better, a position. I didn't see her when I timed.
Oh, there you are. You mess with me?
Go back up there. Why do you have to? I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna see if you have any sense of self-preservation with an explosive weapon. Maybe? No? That's what I was worried about. That's what I was worried about. Still has the Fallout 4 problem. Okay. Well. Shit. Oh, good. I have no more med packs. The Amp. The Frostwolf. The Panopticon. The Squall. The Emergency Kit. The Trauma Pack. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Sarah, I might have to use space powers. This is, I might have to. What the? No legendary. No legendary. Feels so icky. I suppose I could have used a less overpowered power. But that's the first time I've had an enemy with an explosive weapon, and it happened to be a bridger. Which IMO is rude. Well, it would have been ruder if it was a negotiator, to be fair. Oh, the sky's the limit with the Starfield mods. Yeah, there might be Project Nevada, but there might be something even greater than Project Nevada we have yet to find out. Stars the limit? Space game. Space game.
These access stairs lead deeper into the mines. I hope we remember the way back to the surface.
Don't worry, babe, you're with me. They already have Star Wars mods, yeah. Straight replaces the sure. I swear their iron sights on this are really badly adjusted.
Ah, damn it! I'm blind!
Like it's way higher than the iron sights.
You've got nothing! Nothing!
What? I put trauma packs on 0. What the hell are you talking about? Why are trauma packs not on 0?
It's the wrong day to piss me off!
Who the fuck?
Bring it on!
Okay. We are in a terrible position here. Nope, 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 nope.
I can't see!
Ooh! Ooh, baby. You're still alive? Stop it. Sarah, you wanna be useful? Nope. That didn't hit shit. Wacky gravity is so bad. Hand grenades.
Let's do this!
There we go.
Damn it! She's picking us off!
Woo!
God!
Okay.
Next time.
Oh, good job, Sarah.
Do you have anything valuable?
Not really.
Ah! Nice stinging!
Come in. What did we just get? I need something with ammo. Will do.
This is gonna
This
end
is the
badly for
worst.
you.
The sight lines are so dead.
Come on!
Son of a bitch. Okay. Way back there. Ooh! That was a crit. Fuck. His lawgiver does no damage. 43. Awesome. We have 10 rounds for the Bridger. That's why that was doing so much damage. Hoo-wee! Hoo-wee!
You've got nothing, nothing!
Well, it's a much nicer area to fight in, but unfortunately, I'm very low on any resources. I have no way of healing my... Well, I do have a way of healing myself, but... kind of runs against the roleplay. Aha! Don't mind if I do. Fuck off and die. Where did you even come from? Let's be a wolf, you say. Okay, let's see the order, that's good.
Only a matter of time.
Oh. Yeah.
This must lead to the miners' living quarters. I can't imagine having to live almost every waking moment underground.
Auto save? Quick save, sorry. Oh, real nervous. Real nervous. Nothing. You can see shit. Good collisions, Bethesda. Good collisions. Oh, okay. I'm still being hit. Didn't want to do this, but...
It's like tapped into the universe itself.
Yeah. That's what I did. Tapped into the universe itself. Well, I hate the iron sights on literally all of the weapons. It's official. The rudest dude hit you. Why can you hit me and I can't hit you? What's up? Can't move. Go, asshole. Lots of legendaries. I thought that was Sarah. Good job, Sarah. You've had enough of this. It's like 8 on 2, buddy.
I can't see!
Face helmet. And it's pretty good. Are these better than mine? These better than mine? You are. Oh, it's skip as well. Love it. I must have got that without noticing at my like graduation ceremony or something.
Oh, now we're talking.
Oh, you will never get this. Stupid auto clambering.
Power. It's incredible.
Yeah. Kinda spoiling the whole identity thing. You will keep this hush hush, won't you, Sarah? Thank you. Get out with him. Keep this on the DL, won't you? Who does that belong to? Which corpse am I not seeing? Well, yours? You're a jet? Sure, sure. Credits in the fridge, just where they belong. You. Well, this food is really pointing out that I haven't eaten today. Looking at some of those on the thing, going, I could do with a basket of fries. Ooh, tranquility. What do we got in here? Credit stick, Art Plus, love it. Love to see it. I didn't loot a better spacesuit and all of that, did I? Ooh. Oh, I love that design. Oh, that's the UC Vanguard, okay. It's worse in every way to what I'm wearing, but sure. Out of my way, please. Thank you.
I think you need to get rid of some of that gear.
I do. You're right. And I will. Ooh. Hello, my darling. Hello, my baby. Hello, my ragtime gal. What are you doing? You're bolstering? Oh, but that's so good in terms of things. No. Oh, I'm gonna go back to that. I know it's lower stats, but I get higher resistances overall as my health comes down. And I get the 25% resource weight limit thing. So, you know, pretty good. Ooh, weight room. Love to see it. Punk's employee handbook. Don't know why that's on there, but right. Let's continue on. Further into the lair. That is very concerning. Paramorph egg. Heat leech egg. Alright, less concerning. Barely see shit that far away. Oh, I saw that flashlight. You?
You've got nothing! Nothing!
See how much more work? See how much more work they have to do to kill me in this new helmet? Like my health doesn't just evaporate immediately. Alright, Sarah, I'll be right with you. I just have to be dust for a moment. I am still streaming, yeah. Anyway. Where were we? Where did the dude go? Definitely a dude in here. He went this way?
One over here!
Tesla refined mag shot. Ooh. Hello, baby. Oh, yes. Yes, we're gonna be the best of friends. You don't have a lot of in you, but I'll make it work. Well, that's not great. Damage fall off at range is good. Not this shit again. I'm gonna need something with more bullets. Not you, not you. Advanced Beowulf was doing quite well, but problem is, oh, yeah, well, we have 4 rounds left. I'll give you a go. They look like they have a microgun, and that's pretty suck. Oh, you're running behind a bit there, Tommy. One moonform, thank you.
There you are.
Cover!
Just get started. Ha ha! Took one in the face.
Took one in the face, indeed. What are we gonna do? This is a nasty situation to be in. Have an advanced Kadama. Spit hot lead.
Reposition now!
Oh! I can take it.
Can you take it?
All that! Under too much fire.
Got him. Oh, that's rough, dude. Under too much fire, literally.
We'll pay for that!
Alright, that just leaves the myth. The myth is no joke. Level 94. Oh, Sarah, good of you to join us. Please feel free to finish them off. How to deal with the spacer myth? I think no, we're out of boom. This one isn't so bad because I don't think the AI understands the wind-up time on the microgun.
Light 'em up!
So you're more just very intimidating than you are actually effective.
Just need time.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. It's a microgun, alright. And I've been picking up 7.7, so let's go. Oh, I only have 54, never mind. I thought I had more 7.7. Alright, Cloud, have a good sleep. I'm not long behind. How are we going that way? Surely we're near the end. I hate that. And we're out. And I'm out, because the Kadama uses the same ammo, doesn't it? Yes, it does. Oh, that's where my 7.7 went. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. They do have an advanced lawgiver. Come on, mouse. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Sarah. It's so useful of you.
You're carrying too many odds and ends. Time to let something go.
Say that, but no? Never? Yep. Well, that was easy. Ooh, I hate it. Maybe that. Go with that, which can't be solved. This. This. Nope. Nope. So it's gotta be you and you. Leaves me with these four to solve the first one. And it can't be you because you are blocked. Can't be you because you can only fit there, which leaves me with this space. This fits, but then I have one left, and there's no such thing as one. But, what if, right? No. So it can't be this. How do we solve you? Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, it's that one and then this. That leaves me with this. Which is not useful, but this is. A radioactive advanced magpulse. Oh. You don't say. 43, 207. Oh, that's make shot and that's make pulse. Yeah. Tell you what, we will use that for now. Advanced solstice. I'm glad I turned back. I was gonna pass you up, but you are great. We don't need the elevator yet. Hello, Cutter. It is beefy. But I don't know that I have enough ammo for it. And I think we're going to have at least one more firefight before we're done in here. Please, computer. I think it might actually be the USB slots at the back of the case which are giving out, because the controller doesn't have the same input issue. It stays working while the mouse and keyboard disable briefly. You ate too fucking fast. Congratulations. One last firefight? No? Surely. Surely in here. Oh, damn it. I got called out. I was actually having the worst posture. In fact, I was slouching. I wasn't even gremlining. I was fully, like, butt forward, back against the chair. Oh, I see. Well, hang on. I jumped. How dare you? I care not for the long route. Ooh.
Got me out of the red with the trade authority. Can't say I don't appreciate it, but I doubt you came all this way just to do me a favor.
Correct.
Now you want to explain to me why you're going around harassing nefarious old men by wiping away their hard-earned debts?
You got the eyes too. You're in a delivery for an old colleague of yours, Hadrian Sanon.
Hadrian sent you. She's... Did she look okay?
He's alive. He was injured trying to collect the delivery. I've got you. Consider getting gored by a terramorph and living as okay, then yeah.
Terramorph? She's fortunate to be alive at all. Hope you two had plenty of backup.
No.
So what's this she had you bring all the way down here after putting you in harm's way?
Terramorph guts. Tau Gourmet's own free-range, 100% human-fed terramorph cells.
Terramorph attack, huh? Not exactly sure why you'd be bringing that... Wait, Tau Gourmet? Like Tau Ceti Tau Gourmet?
Yeah?
That's a joke, right? There's no settlement old enough on Tau Ceti to have a terramorph. Either someone's setting up the worst petting zoo in the universe, or if she made you come all the way for this. Let's get inside. I need to see these cells.
Alright, Mr. Walker. That's what all the helmets look like. They look like they're really snug.
Touch anything. Got some projects in the works down here. I wasn't expecting guests. Oh, and Lou mentioned how you took care of the debt. Managed to negotiate it down to something more reasonable. Good to see someone give the trade authority a bit of their own medicine.
When do I get to ask you about your eyes?
All queued up. Let's gaze into this abyss, shall we? All right, just get those cellular markers tagged. Wait, where are the markers?
Have a good night, Atomic.
This can't be right. This sample, it's Londinian. I'll need to get this all in a slate. Adrian really gave you this sample. You're not lying to me? Because if you told me this was a hoax, and it'd be the best damn fake I've ever seen,
I killed it
I'd
myself.
Be mad and very,
well,
very
the laser turrets killed it. It's their self. Sample, not a fake. I collected it from the terramorph myself.
Can't just humor an old man, huh?
No.
This sample, it's got all the indicators of the worst terramorph attack in human history. I presume you've heard of Londinian.
Yeah.
It was a city wiped completely off the map by terramorphs. The swarms are so bad, they had to blow the spaceport and seal the place off from the galaxy at large.
No kidding.
Not a lot of samples made it off the world from the time of the attack, but the ones that did, well, they look just like this one. I didn't detect any of the telltale signatures this specimen ever sat on a ship while it was alive either. I don't think it was transported to Tau Ceti.
Oh.
This specimen, it grew there, faster than any terramorph should.
Oh no.
Which means, if we're about to start a new era in human-terramorph relations, where big, sudden Londinian-style attacks can happen outside Londinian, that's not gonna end well for humanity.
It would be the end of us as a species.
So, you lugged this bad omen all the way here. You want to tell me what your plans are for it now?
Or does it take you to you and then Nellis to Hadrian? She should be waiting for you at the 6th circle.
The circle, huh? Could use a drink about now. Here, faster we take the lift to the surface. Not supposed to use it, but given the circumstances, I'm inclined to just ask forgiveness. Let's get going.
Sure. About that, though. It's time that I also depart. So, folks, we're going to find somebody to raid. Whoever that it might be. Ooh, Atomic. Atomic is doing... Let's raid Atomic. Alright, folks, thank you so very, very much for joining me tonight. And I will see you tomorrow for yet more Starfield, because I'm not bored. Bye!